content presented on the following show is intended for satirical and educational purposes only. The views, opinions, and statements expressed by panelists and guests are their own and do not necessarily reflect those of the host, production team, or channel. Additionally, any third-party content featured in this program is used in compliance with fair use under United States copyright law, which allows for commentary, criticism, news report, teaching, and research. Viewer discretion is advised, and we encourage independent thought and discussion.
You're having a conversation in bad faith. Did you say women are children? Did you say women are children? No.
Do you get every bad bitch the same way, my nigga?
No.
All right then. So that shit's irrelevant. It's moot.
But most men nowadays don't want to be a protector and a provider. Most men don't want to be a leader.
So you know that you're here because of your father? Because men determine the sex of the baby? Did you know that?
You wasn't putting it down mentally. You don't know how to touch her without touching her. You wasn't putting it down sexually, and you wasn't putting it down financially. So yes.
She's so awesome and intelligent, and everybody missed out, and you just so happen to walk up on a flower? Yeah, she's lying to you. Right.
But this woman saw you. When this woman saw you, she already wanted you before you even open your mouth. Like Ali said, you didn't convince her to nothing. That's the male. That's the male.
It's time to do.
We ready? Nah, I'm joking with you. What's up, family? To another Untouchable Super Panel. Welcome to all the guests who's with us today. The title of today's show is Absolute Submission or Nothing. And we're going to be discussing if living in the gray area is causing majority of our problems. But before we start, I'd like to introduce my sister Ty, my sister Lady, my sister Jada, my brother Public Offender, my sister Tierra, my brother Six, who's still in the shadows over there, Bina, and I think she went to go take a little break or get some water real quick, and my co-host, the one and only Team Fatty. I truly appreciate all of you.
You guys are talking about Fresh Prince. We need the fake crowd noise.
Right, but respectfully, I appreciate all y'all showing up, man. Y'all, I know y'all could be doing something else, but y'all would hit us right now, including our chat and the people that rock with us, and even if you're watching from the shadows that don't rock with us as well too. But let's be as open as possible. Let's have a great discussion, and hopefully we do it respectfully. When we ask questions or you ask questions, I hope in good faith people can answer the question. If someone doesn't want to ask the question, we won't over pursue so people won't say we crazy. We'll just move on to the next person. But we will point out that you ain't answered that question, though. So, again, thank you for all y'all for coming through. Shout out to the chat and shout out to the beautiful and I ain't going to say unattractive people that's rocking with us, but shout out to them, too.
And by the way, if you guys want to join the panel by hour 2 or 3, we're going to open the panel. So just be ready on camera and don't be driving to the airport, please. Thank you very much. You sharing? Yeah, okay, you got it. Okay, thank you very much. And once again, friends, we have the Hamburger Fund and we have the memberships. Please go ahead and support Silicon Alley and Team Fatty, the Untouchable Empire, baby. So, so this is the icebreaker. I can find the icebreaker. Oh, I opened it on the wrong tab. Give me just 1 second. Here we go. So the icebreaker is here.
Told me that I was cooked.
I'm just tired of these females who cooked after 30.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think I've seen that.
You
clip.
see that? Because it's going viral, and
clip.
everyone now is in my DMs telling me I'm cooked. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm 34. I get it. I might be a little cooked, but what do you feel about that?
And Paul, you're what? 47?
7.
Right.
So which means he no longer an unc.
47 in
Which
shape.
means you no longer an unc, you a
47
papa.
in shape.
That means you a cook papa.
Can
You
still-
are no longer an unc.
Can still dunk.
So what he's doing from a
still
psychological
run a 40.
perspective, is he's self-projecting his papa cook self on you. Because honey, you're not cooked. But the papas are.
Hello.
They are. Come through. You are no longer unc, baby. You are a papa status.
All right.
You
so
know what
listen.
papas do, right? They
What do
watch
they do?
grandkids and cook. You cooked. That's all you do.
No, I don't
Yeah.
watch. I don't have no grandkids. So no.
Her, on the other hand, she's still rare marinated meat. That's what that is.
Hello, rare marination.
She ain't even got to cook it yet. She not even nowhere near the grill yet.
Hello. That's why we was matching.
So for now on, for the entirety of this episode, I'm gonna call you Papa Pierce.
I'll take that.
That's what you're gonna get, Papa Pierce.
Papa Pierce
All right.
is comedy.
That's all
I
you
love
get.
that down. So Paul Jess.
Time to
So it's got a kind of two-part question. Do y'all believe that ladies are cooked at 30? And the fact that my brother backtracked in the video, but she was calling him a pop, do you think that the 40-year-old man can still attract the 30-year-old woman? So two-part question. To be honest, because she called him a pop once even I know who Paul Pierce is, but do you believe that most women are cooked at 30? And we'll start from Ty going to the all the way around. And do you think the brother is a pop in the 40s, or he can still pull, I would say 30s, women in 30s and 20s?
Okay, so to answer the question, first and foremost, I do not think women are cooked in the form. I have to understand what they meant by cooked, right? Because we're not dusty at 30. That's actually still pretty young, but I understand in the eyes of a man and what they may want in life, right? That we are a little bit further away, right? You're getting more to a place where you might already have your own set of thoughts and ideals, and you might not want to change those certain things, which is why he may have said she's cooked in a way by the time you're 30, if you're not where you want to be married or with a man, whatever. In his situation, him being 40 makes him old, right? He's older, but he's not cooked. As we know, as men get older, the value goes up. And unfortunately for women, as we get older, our value goes down in society, since our value is our beauty and reproduction. So as we get older, that declines for us. And as men get older, your value comes from what you can actually provide, right? How much are you making? What is your status in life? Your status gets higher. So of course he can still pull a 30-year-old or 20-year-old. He might even be able to go younger because he's able to provide a lifestyle for her that people her age won't be able to do.
But before we go to a lady, do you think even if he didn't have the money that he could still pull those women too?
Yeah, I think even if he didn't have the money, you could pull, especially 30s, 30-year-olds. We like 40-year-olds. Why not? Okay. You're mature. You got your mindset together, hopefully. You know, if you find that right type of man, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that every man that's 40 is already there in life. That's not true. It's not realistic. But I feel that with age comes maturity, right? And women are always looking for men that can lead them and who we can follow, right? I know this whole conversation is probably going to get to some point of submission. So for us to feel comfortable submitting, we have to feel as if you are someone that can lead. And for us, it's usually a man that either personifies that if he's not older than you, or someone who is older.
Okay, what you think, Lady J?
Hey everybody. So I think that when a woman approaches her 30s, she's at an age now where she's aging rapidly. So at this point, if you decide to have children closer towards your mid 30s, this is turning into what they call a geriatric pregnancy. So it is true, your value does start to decrease as you are older in age. As far as a man's value, I do agree with Ty. I think that as a man becomes more mature as far as finances and things of that nature, that does hold his value. I think that men are looked at as what they call a silver fox. As they get older, they're considered to be more wiser. They are considered, to just have their life together at older age. So I pretty much would just agree with Ty.
How about you, Jada?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with both of the ladies, just on every point they've already made. I think that, especially as a woman's in her 30s, if she's been pursuing her career or she's been in multiple relationships at this point, she gets more stern on boundaries. She may have PTSD from certain relationships. And so it might be harder to be submissive or sustain a healthy relationship moving into her 30s. And then for men, their value does definitely go up. They get more secure. I think Six said it in a previous stream that we did a long time ago that they get better. At this point, you've been with a woman long enough to where you know her needs, you're good in bed, you have more structure, you understand yourself a lot better. So agreed with both the women.
You can go to Tierra real quick first, Fatty.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Nobody want to hear you talk. Go ahead, Tierra.
Yeah, I always tend to date up, so I don't think that like men that are like in their 40s are necessarily like cooked or popped, whatever. I think that they can still like access women that are in their 30s. And as far as like women, I guess being like cooked in their 30s, I think once you hit your 30s, like you have, like she said, been in enough relationships where you like understand like what your needs are and you establish more boundaries. And so I think that there is more like intentional dating that may happen the older you get as opposed to like whenever you're younger.
And before I go to my brother Pub, go ahead, Bina. I'm gonna ask y'all sisters a question before I go to public. Go ahead, Bina. What you think? Would you
I don't
hear?
have anything different to say than what the other ladies have.
Oh, that's the answer.
What? Ask the question. Ask the question.
Do you believe that women are cooked at 30? And do you believe a man in his 40s, our sister Dr. Cheyenne Brown called him a pop and said it's more difficult for him to pull a woman? Do you believe that a 40 man in his 40s and an older man can still pull those women?
Yeah, I believe possibilities are endless. And
for who?
Either side, honestly. And it just depends on the circumstances. And honestly, guys, I'm saying this because from a legal perspective, I am trained to like analyze both sides. So that's where I'm coming from. So it just depends. There's so many different variables that goes into every different circumstance. So I would never ever make a blanket statement and just say that because a woman is in a particular point in her life that's completely like that she's eliminated from the pool of desirability for a certain type of man, and vice versa for particular men as well. I just think that everything is really circumstantial, and you have to consider all the variables that are involved in that, where you are in geologically the access to things. But I mean, now with the internet, you have access to anybody at this point. Also, you know what I mean? Like with men, I do agree. Like I said, I don't disagree with anything that the previous women have stated. Men do become more desirable as the older they get because they tend to, as studies have shown, become more secure in themselves. And a man's security stems from their financial security. That's a huge part in what makes a man feel secure, and other factors as well. I have my own theories. I'm not going to project it right now, but I would just say, financial security is a big thing for a man, right? So that usually comes along with time, age, experience, all, and the sort. With women, someone stated earlier that your desirability declines as you age. As the good Godfather Kevin Samuels used to say, your sexual marketplace value declines as you age, right? So, which I can understand that. I never had a problem with him saying that. I just had a problem with how he said it. But he never told a lie. He was just very aggressive with his approach. But
so I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask the sisters collectively a question. You said the possibilities were endless on both sides, correct? So I believe sometimes when we try to compare men and women, the sisters will conflate what the man can do, what the sisters can do. Would you agree that a broke man at 40 years old is his? Do you believe his possibilities are endless?
His possibilities in 40.
Mhm.
I wouldn't limit his possibilities. I wouldn't say they're endless, but I wouldn't limit them. You know what I mean?
No, just is his is a 40-year-old man's options endless? His possibilities endless. Can he get any woman he wants? A 40-year-old broke man.
I mean, it depends. Like, if you were Jeff Bezos at 40, yeah, your possibilities are endless. It just depends. I cannot really I cannot make that determination. You know what I mean? Like, Diddy was 40 and had all the endless possibilities at his fingertips. You know, like, it depends on to me, okay, I guess I'm gonna just have to say it prematurely, but what makes a man feel like he really does have endless possibilities is the size of his bank account.
Okay, so last one, and I'm going to sisters. Last one.
I didn't finish. The size of his
I
penis.
thought you. Oh, okay.
I wasn't done.
Oh, shoot.
I wasn't done. The size of a man's bank account and the size of his penis and the size of his net work, not his net worth, but his net work.
Okay.
That's all.
Would you date a 40-year-old broke man who's still broke at 40 years old?
No.
Would you?
No.
But
No.
okay. But his possibilities are endless.
The answer is no. There is no explanation. No. The answer is no. There's no explanation.
So the sisters, what I'm gonna ask, every single sister on this panel just admitted that a sister's value goes down when she gets older. I want to ask the sisters, why do women get mad when men say it?
I never got mad about it.
No, not collectively. Why do you think women in general, not you, why do you think women in general get upset when a man says it?
I think women in general get upset when men say a lot of things, right? Because it's instantly a defensive mode. And just like Bina was stating in the example of Kevin Samuels, a lot of things that he said were true, but his delivery was always extremely aggressive. And I think for women, men's delivery overall can be aggressive to us just because of our communication styles, right? Like the way we explain things with our feelings, emotion. We care about how the other person may be receiving the information that we're giving, whereas men are straight to the point. It's black and white. This is what it is. And a lot of women can't take that. If you haven't done, your self-reflection to understand that that is true, even if it sounds bad, it's still true, then you're not going to be able to take it on. And I think that's where a lot of women have an issue with men saying it.
So, Ty,
is that your place?
So, Ty, I think that myth been debunked about the tone, because in the last 4 years we've been asking who gives the same message as Kevin Samuels that has a tone that woman will agree, and nobody can find, like, who is this person? Who is the person that says the same thing as Kevin Samuels says, but he says it on a tone that women are listening and says, you know what? I understand that because he molded this tone to the way I perceive my feelings. And I'm like, who is this person? It doesn't exist.
Well, I was just on a podcast yesterday with the gentleman that came on there, and he was a therapist. And he actually said, in his own way, a lot of the things that Kevin Samuels would say to women. And every woman on that podcast was able to take it in. Well, I'm not going to say every single woman, but most of us were able to take it in and listen to him without interruption. We understood. And then if we needed more clarity, you were able to ask, and he was able to give it. But by the end of the conversation, I feel like more people learned from that situation just because of his approach and because of how he delivered the message. Delivery is extremely important in any situation with anyone.
I agree, but I watched that same show yesterday, and I see a lot of sisters do that on different platforms and different panels, different areas, different sectors, where a lot of times they may be quiet for that man to make the other man look bad on the panel that they already knew. And it happens on TikTok, it happens on YouTube, and I'm not taking anything from why y'all may have listened on that show. All I'm saying is typically when I see a man saying the same thing that another man says, regardless of tone, the sisters to come together, because based on how he was maneuvering, where they were saying, "Hey, it's your delivery," the sisters would listen to him to make the other man who said the exact same thing look bad. And then we could be, and then we could both be, I could be wrong, and you could be 100% right. But there's the fact that you're saying is based on delivery, but that he said everything that those brothers have said. Most of the brothers on on that Lapeef network, I could give you some people that may troll sometimes on the show, but most of those brothers are married and they typically talk in a straight voice. Who
To
and I
who
won't
though?
say no names.
Ali,
Even
let
to
me
this,
ask you this. Is that
okay.
your perspective? Right?
Oh,
Is
I said
your
it's,
perspective that
it
you
could be
feel that
it could
they usually talk in a
course,
respectful tone?
it
So
could be my perspective. But what
just
Fatty
as
just
a man,
mhm. But what Fatty just asked
understanding
you,
men.
outside of that guy that just came on that show yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
can any sister name a man's tone that women listen to collectively that say the same thing that he said yesterday? Outside him, ironically, just coming on that show yesterday and having that tone. Who can y'all name has that delivery that women will listen to?
Yeah, I feel like Darwin on good days has that.
Daddy, maybe.
Ooh. Bruiser?
I thought you were about to go against Bruiser.
Y'all go crazy when Bruiser go. Bruiser
No,
is
no.
the
I never
professional
go
button
crazy.
pusher.
I have to bring
Ah,
Bruiser down sometimes, but I never go crazy. If you actually watch Lapeef long enough, I've talked to
Mm-mm.
Bruiser and told him, like, I can't believe you're responding like this, because he can compose himself sometimes, right? For the most,
right,
compared to like Hink, you know what I'm saying, where everybody a heifer.
right. But
You feel me?
he's been disrespected countless times. He's been cussed out countless times, and it's just having the back and forth. So you'll see women they'll be collected for a certain amount of time, especially if they think a man's handsome, especially if they think a man's reputable, especially if they see this man conveys some type of message that is unifying, and this man has power.
Mhm.
But as time takes place, they eventually will disrespect that man because of the disagreement. But any other sister, do you know any other man that has a delivery that women will listen to, and they just because suppose they don't listen to most of these men because their delivery? Who is the man that sisters would listen to that have a good delivery?
I wouldn't say a good delivery, but I have been on a
It has
couple.
to be good delivery, Bina.
All right, well, I'm just gonna be quiet
That's
then.
that's the point that Fatty's making.
And by the way,
And one more question to y'all. In fact, you got it right back. What woman do y'all see get checked or corrected based on her delivery when she talks? Can you name the women that get corrected about her delivery from other women when she speaks?
Can I give you an example of something? Can I give you an
No, no,
example?
no. Hold on. I'm wanting that name. That women will stop and say, you know what, Jada, I would listen to you if it wasn't for your delivery. Hey, Ty, you know what, Ty? God, boy, you killing it. You cooking, but it's your delivery. Lady J, you know what? You almost got me, but it's your delivery. Tiara, yeah, you know what? You're right, but it's your delivery. What sisters do you ever hear other sisters tell that to? That I believe what you said, because your delivery, I can't hear you.
I don't think you're ever going to hear a woman say that publicly to another woman on a platform. If anything, we will tell her to the side, because we know how other women will respond to being called out in the public sector.
Mm-hmm.
So just like you'll get a backlash from a woman by you calling her out, we will get it too, but 2 times worse, because, if women are against women, then it's like, what's going on? So I've had times where I might say something, but it's not going to be publicly.
Right. But
I'll let them on the
it
side.
demonstrates women have way more respect and way more value for other sisters' words than they do men.
Well,
They'll
let me intervene real quick to
Oh, okay. I can
broach
go
that
after you.
question. I just while we on this part of the topic, I want to ask the ladies a question collectively and individually. If you were in a bad financial place in life, right, and your mailman came with tattoos all over his face and his hands, smelling like weed, drinking a little bit, and handed you a check for $270,000. Matter of fact, he ain't hand it. He just threw it on your porch. Would you take that check and cash it? And why? Real quick, I just want to know, would you accept the check? You in a bad place? You been praying? God answered prayers and he answers that day. But this dude smelling like weed, he's drunk, he's drinking, tattoos on his face, disrespectful, and just throw that damn check at you.
Who is that?
Or
Who's talking? What's your name?
Six.
Hold on, Bina. Hold on.
my name
It's
is
six. My
Opulent
brother
Six.
Six. Ooh, the opulent.
Yes,
Make sure
you
you
would
don't
take the
forget it.
check. Why wouldn't you take the check? The check is made to me. It's my mail.
Okay, hold on, wait. All right, collectively. All right, that's one. Who else would take the check?
I'm taking the check.
Who? That's two. Who else would take the check?
That's a good one.
Nobody else.
If it was a woman that smelled
Hold,
like
hold on, hold on,
One second,
wait.
Lady J.
I want the. We got two more ladies that haven't answered.
The
I'm
three,
trying to get
Lady J,
a
Tiara,
consensus.
and Bina. Would you take the check?
The context is missing. Like, where's the check from?
It's legit money.
It's
Would you
my
take this?
mail, or is it from
That check gonna bounce.
It's
Can you?
legit money. It's legit
No,
money. Go ahead.
right now, what you're doing is trying to meander and figure out how you can give an inauthentic answer instead of
No, I'm
answering
not
the scenario.
saying,
All
'cause
right, but there, I gave you the context. You've been
if
praying.
it's my mail, I'm cashing the check. If it's my mail,
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's your.
okay.
I just said this. Thank you.
There's
Thank
enough.
you.
it doesn't
There's
matter who
enough.
it came from. It's
Thank you.
my
That's
mail. It's my
Yeah,
check.
thank
there's
you.
enough. If you want
Thank
to
you.
get somewhere, what about
Thank
you,
you.
Bina and Lady J?
Bina, you taking
Yeah,
it?
I'm gonna cash the check.
Okay. What about you, Lady J?
I said, yeah, I'm gonna cash the
Okay, so
check.
everybody cashing the check. Go ahead,
So my
Dolphin.
question.
I didn't answer.
Oh,
No,
Bina.
you said yes.
You said yes.
No,
I
I
thought.
did not.
She actually did not answer.
Okay, so go
But
ahead.
you can answer. Actually, you know what? Let me land and then you can answer. I'm tired of, I've been waiting for a while for an answer. And
Go ahead, sweetheart.
it's
Go
not
ahead.
that deep. But I'm curious to why you would accept a check that was thrown at you when the delivery was all wrong. The way he delivered that money that you really needed and can help you, you decided to cash it because you say, well, it ain't about the messenger, it's about the message. This is my blessing. So why you can't use that same common sense when a man is telling you something, or anybody for that matter, that is beneficial, just like that $270,000 is beneficial, and you don't care if he got tattoos, you didn't even care if he threw it at you. You said, I needed this, and thank you. Why don't you use that same logic when someone is disseminating information that will elevate your life and mitigate loss of time, years, and tears? That is my only question or statement for this little section.
Let me answer that real quick, buddy, right?
Hey, let me respond to him real quick.
Hold on, let me just answer his question real quick, right? Because the difference in those scenarios is that mail has my name on it. So I know it's for me, right? I know it's mine. And this is money that's actually going to help. It's the carrier. He's a mailman. When someone gives you their opinion of you or knowledge that they feel can help you, I don't necessarily know if that knowledge, if applied, will actually benefit me in the future. Now, as I stated, if you have someone that does that self-internal work, they might be able to take that in regardless of the message that's given. But if I don't already receive it as something that's going to be beneficial to me, then I'm not going to take it. It wasn't a check. It's your words.
No, it was a check. It's called a reality check. And a lot of y'all try to run out on a bill. It's a reality check.
I got
When you have to make room, for the possibility that every negative thing that you've heard about yourself that was unsavory might be true. You should at least take self-inventory of whatever anybody is saying to you that you feel will benefit you and act upon that. But again, when it's something you really don't want to hear, and sometimes it ain't even what the person is how they saying it, it's just what they're saying, you perceive as malignant because it hurts your feeling, it hurts your pride. They always talk about how much pride a man got, but no one has more pride than a woman. A woman's pride is more dangerous than a pistol.
Yeah,
So
that's
before,
true. And that's why I started
hold
off
on,
by
Ty.
saying they have to
Hold on,
be
Ty,
willing
real
to do
quick.
their own work on themselves.
We got to get my brother Public in, but I want to say this though. You repackage that. We said that it's hard for women to take the truth or hear the truth. She knows it's the truth because of delivery. We repackaged that to not knowing the person, not knowing the information. You knew what the package was. You knew you was getting this $250,000. Just like women to go, you know what? I would have listened to him or her, but they don't do her. I would have listened to him, but it was his delivery. You know it was the truth. but you chose not to listen to it. And I added to this, it'd be like you being great mothers and you have a child that's in the street. Are you gonna go, hey son, get out the street, there's a car coming? Oh, get out the street. And they're gonna say, oh, mom, I would have listened to you, but it's your delivery. Like it's our sisters, the only ones that do this to where they're here. And it's only sisters. Men don't, I would have listened to you, but it's not your delivery. Our sisters find ways to put away the information that's given that will benefit their life and benefit their families and benefit their futures, their present, their everything. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you to hear. We're not telling you to listen to no truth from somebody who don't care about you, who want to abuse you, who want to hurt you, who want to harm you. We talking about when you know truth. This is the truth that this person is giving you, but you weren't receptive of the information because of delivery. Go ahead, my brother.
I just one second. I just want to say this, okay? Being a go real quick, public offender, uninterrupted, okay? And one second, please. Shout out to the 470 people watching the show in all platforms. Please like the video and support the content creators that are streaming for you. We are going to read the super chats of everyone on every single platform, so please go ahead and support them too. We'll make sure that your voice is heard. Go ahead, Bina. Please be under 1 minute, and then public offender uninterrupted, please.
I could be less than 1 minute because I just think that this is it's so subjective, and I just think that Ali, you are. I'm so curious to know where your premise comes from. It sounds like you are so solid in what you believe that you're not open to other perspectives. It's like whatever you think is Bible. Like that's what it is.
It's because of it's because of your tone. If you said it in a better tone, he would listen. But because you don't say it on the tone that he understands, he talks the way he talks. We just have to find somebody that says exactly the same thing that you say, but with the better tone. So now he can listen to you and he can learn. Did you notice how that doesn't make sense? And you start laughing about it because he has to take it as a man. As a man, we have to take it, no matter if he's the captain, he's the general, he's the teacher. Yes, sir. No, madam. No means okay means yes. But when we're talking with y'all, he's always, oh, you have to.
How helpful is that?
But hold on, Fatty. Hold on. Hey,
Just correct the
Bina.
tone.
One, shouldn't every individual speak like they're sure of themselves? Two, wouldn't you want a man who's not unstable, who's unsure, who doesn't know how to make decisions, but a man who is sure of himself and can make stern decisions? Three, what did I say that you disagreed with?
Oh boy, I only have 1 minute, so I'm gonna let the next person. Right?
Bina, you got it. You have another minute, Bina. You have one more minute.
I'm gonna let the next person.
Oh damn!
But no, listen, Ali. There's a lot of things that you say that I agree with. However, Ali, I will say, I've told you this before. It is not what you say. It's always how you say it.
See, you went back to the tone. That's actually crazy. Thank you very much, Bina.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait, was talking?
I was just gonna say, a father being in a woman's life really does matter because, like my father was pretty stern. Like when he's in that mode of like trying to protect me, he's not landing things very nice. And I always learned like if there's a robber in the house, like you just need to learn how to like submit to authority because at the end of the day, I'm trying to save your life. So if your feelings get hurt when I tell you do this right now, however I land it, it's to save you and to protect you. So I really notice it depends on like the father too, because some women do have fathers in their lives, but they were very coddling to their daughters. So it's just by the leadership, the male leadership you did have in your life.
She got a point. Absolutely. Let me say something real quick. About 2 weeks ago, I was sitting in the living room, me and my wife, and my daughter was running around playing. And then I told my daughter, I said, come here. And she took her sweet time coming, and she finally came after about 3-4 minutes. And I popped her. I don't really even hit my children. I have a 24-year-old and I have a 19-year-old. Never really hit them. But I popped her. And my wife looked perplexed, like, that's not even why did you, I could see in her face, she like, why did you just pop her? She didn't say nothing. She don't have to. We've been together 20 years, but I knew she wondered why I popped her. She didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. My daughter had her feelings hurt. and she finally came. I popped her for taking so long and not doing what I asked her to do immediately. That was the end of that. My wife gave me a funny look. About 5 minutes, I could tell she was disgusted with me. Fast forward 3 days later, we going on a family walk. We're walking through. I live in a gated community. We walk through our gated community. My daughter Brixton is 3 years old, so she got fresh legs. She's running. She's about 10 yards in front of us because she's running and I'm walking. She don't know how hot it is. She has no concept of heat. So her little legs is running. Now, 3 houses down, I see the brake lights come on in the car, which indicates this car is about to reverse out. And my daughter probably ain't tall enough for that car to see that there's going to be a kid behind it. And simultaneously, as she's running that direction, we both see the reverse lights come on, and we're about 5 yards away from my daughter. My wife look at me and I yell out, I said, "Stop." And my daughter stopped instantly. Right, like just like she hit a button. And then I looked over at my wife and we had a whole conversation right there. Said, that's why I did that the other day. Because a man is supposed to be able to see further than what a woman can think. I knew that there's going to be times where I don't have time to explain why you should do this and why you should do that. I don't have time to package my words up softly in a butterfly veneer and give it to you. There's going to be times where I got to give it to you unvarnished and unabridged, and I need your complete cooperation instantly. My daughter could have got hit by a car, could have been tragic. And right then and there again, my wife looked at me, I looked at her, and we understood what that was. But like she said, when a man or a woman, a little boy or a girl, grows up with a father, they understand authority and they lean more into the message than the messenger. Women who did not grow up with a righteous father or father figure don't understand the importance of authority. So they get lost in the minutia of his tonality. They get lost in the details of his delivery, which is only to their detriment. This information is to help catapult you towards the thing you said you want. It only behooves you to push it away because you don't like how it was said. See, women have a non-exclusive relationship with reality. Men don't have that. From the time we're born, we understand our place in the sexual marketplace value. Hey, bro, you short. Nigga, you short. You better get some money and get in shape. You're short. Women don't like short. But women, oh, girl, men are shallow. You not fat. Oh, they should. Y'all lie to each other. Hey, bro, you broke. That's why she don't want you. A woman can have no money, go to the club free, get a free drink, somebody buy them, she'll meet a man that probably pay for dinner after. A man, if you don't have no money, you're not getting in, you're not getting a drink, you're not getting dinner after. You have to earn it. And men will tell other men the truth. Bro, you broke. She left you. You mean. You talk too much shit. But women lie to one another to spare their feelings. But what you're really doing is hijacking their future. The bright, beautiful future that I would like all men and women to have. See, I'm a fan of families. I like men and women to come together and coalesce in harmony. But women, again, have a non-exclusive relationship with reality. And they want their friend to lie to them. Hey, do I look fat? No. They've been lied to so much that when they hear the truth, no matter how it's packaged, they will reject it. They will fight you on it. Because they get to hide behind lies and they get to live in a fantasy world all the way up until they begin to reach their 30s.
So,
and then they can no longer go ahead.
Let me make a point out there, and then public offender gets to go but I want to make this observation. Sisters, is there a justifiable time for when sisters should spank their kids? Is there any reason for why a sister would be justified for spank their kids? Tiara? Jada, yes. I can't see Lady J or Bina. Ty, you said yes, right? I want you to observe that there's many sisters when he said, so abusive means habitual violence and cruelty. Lady J, do you believe there's a time that's justified if a woman spanks a child? So I want you to just observe there are sisters, and this is what I mean, what happens in our community, but we're about building with each other. And I would hope public offender would feel the same as well, too, before he goes. All of you believe that there's a justifiable time where a woman should be able to spank her kids. The brother said he popped his child to teach because she took too long to come there, and it became a useful lesson for the future in case something comes. And mind you, I'm a father. That's very important to me when I tell my kid to stop. Not because I want him just to stop then. It's for the same reason that that happened with this kid. If they're running out into the street, if something's about to happen, they listen to you on the spot, on the drop of a dime. Stop. But just notice how their sister's calling the brother abusive because he said that he popped his child. But then we okay with our sister spanking a child if it's justifiable. And he said he popped her. That's the first time he popped his child, and he don't even spank his kids. But they're calling him abusive because a man popped his child. Go ahead, my brother.
They can call me what they can call me.
Let him go because he hasn't went yet.
By the way, public offender, uninterrupted. I think you have like an audio issue on the back. I think it's like it looks like you have like a YouTube running on the back. Like so when we talk, it probably is on the phone or something like that.
It is. I'm on the phone. Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now. Please uninterrupt.
Okay. That was weird that it was because I had the phone down. That's crazy.
Before you go, when you made your face like that, right? If the sisters believe there's justifiable to spank your kids, and then he popped his kid, what part did you not like that I said? What bothered you?
I don't care what anybody thinks. I think hitting your kid is wrong. If I saw you hit your kid, if I'm out in public and somebody hit their kid, I'm stepping to him. I'm calling CPS. I don't care.
You can call CPS over here. They ain't gonna do nothing. They're gonna go right back to them.
I'm just telling you. I mean,
please let him uninterrupted. Let him commit a mistake if he's doing a mistake, and at the end of the statement, you can correct whatever you want.
Before he goes, please, y'all, let's not interrupt anybody. It's been a great civil conversation. When the brother speaks, please let the brother finish. Everybody land what they speak. No interjections, no cutting off anybody. Let everybody land their plane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I made the face. It wasn't. I don't care who agrees with you or ain't got nothing to do with me. Abusive. It is abusive, and yeah, I definitely don't believe in abusing children. I think that's.
Don't conflate abuse with discipline.
Six. I just asked you, family. We already cleared that up. 6, you ain't got to say nothing else ever. We already cleared that up. So that's his belief.
Yeah, go ahead, that's what I'm saying. Just like y'all got y'all believe. You believe in abusing kids. I don't.
I'm not gonna let you keep sparing that narrative.
6, you will be able to correct it.
6. I just pointed out that there are women in the chat that's doing that. If he believes, it's a belief. Belief is typically, if that's his belief, means he doesn't know. In order to believe something means you don't even know for it to be true. But he's saying he believes. That's what it is. When you believe in something, you don't know.
Yeah. You guys, there's a book called The Body Keeps Score, and you should read it. It's interesting, and there's been a lot of studies and stuff. I don't want to get too bogged down in that discussion. I'm just being honest because some of us are parents up here. If you're a parent, The Body Keeps Score is beautiful. You should read it. It's awesome. And pretty much, just to put it in layman's terms, your body doesn't know the difference between discipline and abuse. If you get slapped, the body doesn't go, oh, that's for discipline. It's abuse. So the body reacts the same to it. So it doesn't matter what we think about it. It doesn't matter what your intentions are. It is abusive, but that's what I'm saying. So, but to answer the prompt, or to answer your question earlier, because I never addressed it, do I think that women are cooked at 30? No. I think men are born cooked. I think that it is I think that from everything I've heard, the thing that's hilarious is when men say the quiet part out loud, right? Like, oh, men got to build their value, right? And women, you don't, because women could get a dinner or a drink or whatever they say, right? About women, they got it on like women are on easy street, right? Okay, cool. So essentially, what men are saying is men have no intrinsic value because you're not born with it, right? You're born with if you're born with value, then you're born with intrinsic value. That's essentially what intrinsic value is. So women are intrinsically valuable, meaning it has nothing to do with anything external. It's all internal. It's all about their character and who they are and how they treat people and so on and so forth, right? And men, the only value that men can provide is external, meaning getting money or, I don't know, protecting you from a dragon or some weird stuff that men like to always say, like they acting like they be protecting women from shit that don't exist, like we on a mythical quest, like they Zelda or some shit. But yeah, so most of the time, that's what that like. We talked about this earlier. I said this earlier. A lot of the talking points that men use in these spaces is very circular, right? Because again, if you are saying that women don't need to do anything for a man to take care of her, for a man to take her out, for a man to see value in her, then that means that her value must be more than skin deep. It must not be shallow, right? But men's value, if you're telling me it's rooted in having muscles and money, then it's saying that your value is shallow, which then means that you really have no value. If your value is only money, right, and how you look, then you don't have any value, because money can be taken away, and looks are subjective and fleeting, right? So I'm not and I agree with that. Just to be clear, I agree that men have generally, some men have intrinsic value, don't get me wrong, but generally men don't have intrinsic value because we strip that ability away from one another from a very young age, right? We were born with it. We all have intrinsic value, or we were born with it, but men ignore their contributions to society, or the way that they can contribute to society, meaning like being like a decent human being and treating everybody fairly and kindly and with respect, and things of that nature. We get rid of all of that. We toss all of that to the side, and then we say that, okay, well, what's our value now? Now it's, I got to make some money. Which, again, let's be honest, the vast majority of people, man or woman, don't ever make good money, right? Especially in general, but we don't make enough money. So if you waiting on your payday, it ain't never coming. You born broke, you gonna die broke. You born, you know what I'm saying? You born struggling, you probably gonna die struggling. That's just the reality. But that don't mean that you can't have value. If you build yourself up, you can have value. If you help the community and you don't hurt the community, you got to be a two-pronged approach. You got to not hurt and you got to help. You got to be positive. Then yeah, you have intrinsic value. But if all you gonna do is walk around stomping up and down the stairs and pay some bills, you ain't worth shit, in my opinion. Like I don't have no respect for you.
So, public, let me ask you a question, right? What is the difference between a diamond and a rock?
A diamond is a rock.
Yes, a regular rock that you find on the street. What is the difference between a diamond and a regular rock?
You can find a diamond on the street, but you're saying, what is the difference between?
Why is one worth $1 million and another one worth nothing? What's the difference? Why?
Because a long time, specifically about diamonds, because people like the De Beers, what they did was they started a whole campaign to build up the worth of diamonds, and then they burned diamond mines and shit, and they convinced people that diamonds are worth a lot of money, but in reality, they're really not.
So people decided that diamonds are worth more than rocks. It was people. It has nothing to do with their properties. We just, as a human being, decided this rock is more important and more valuable than that rock over there, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
This is how the dating market actually goes. Women decided that tall men are more valued than short men. Women decided that men with money are more valued than men with no money. Women decided that men that are stronger and have more muscles are more valuable than men that are fat. The reality is, once again, you are trying to come and virtual signaling and give us, it's because you decided, no, we were born in this planet. Beauty was already rewarded. A beautiful woman will have a way better life than an ugly woman. We didn't decide that we came to this planet like that. Even women are not treated the same based on their looks. If you look like Tiana Taylor, you are going to have a reaction. If you look like Lizzo, you are getting another reaction from society. And that's what it is. We didn't decide that. We didn't decide that these women have value when they are young. People, since the beginning of time, when we made these social constructs, decided that, once again, this woman beauty is going to be more valued than Oprah with $1 million. I don't know why. I can't explain you why. But you trying to pretend that we are stealing and we are making this shit up when we only had to adapt to how humans been treating each other for 200,000 years. It makes no sense.
Well, let me say this, Fatty. Women look at money as security. Security is part of protection. A woman's intrinsic nature is to feel protected on many facets, and money is part of that protection. So women are born intrinsically valuable, like he said. Men, we have to earn our value. See, the thing that men want out of women, youth, beauty, nurturing, they're born with that. But the things that women typically want from men, money, resources, infrastructure, power, we have to acquire those things. It takes time. Women are born at the mountaintops and judged by how far they fall. Men are born at the bottom of the mountain and are judged by how high up they can climb. We peak at two different times. Between 18 and 28, a woman is at her peak. She's at her peak. She has a guy that'll take her out for dinner, one that'll take her on a trip, one that'll come keep her company, one that'll walk her dog and wash her car because she's at her peak. Men, we typically don't reach our peak till later in life because it takes time to acquire money. It takes time to acquire those resources to mature. So our late 30s, 40s, we at our peak. Now she wants to settle down. Oh, even when they're in their 40s and 50s, they still immature. No, he not. He at his peak. When you was at yours, you played the field. He didn't reach his peak to 40s. It's his prerogative to play the field. But as women get older in the sexual marketplace value, unless you're married, your age is working against you. You start to lose your aesthetic patina, if you will. So I don't want to say they're cooked, especially if they redefine what they're looking for. They lower some of their expectations and they kind of become pliable on some of their non-negotiables. Then they have a chance at pair bonding with a man. But we all know typically women date up. They love to date up. They can't stand a man that's beneath them. They don't respect a man that's eye level, and they revere and they have complete adulation for a man that's above them. And every day over 30, you're losing your patina, and it's going to become harder and harder for you to acquire that guy that's 3, 4, 5 levels above you. So cooked, not if you change
Hold on,
your.
real quick, public.
Let's get to
Hold-
a public
I
offender
want Cooley,
and then Cooley.
let Cooley say his
Hold on.
answer. Well,
Wait, can I just respond real quick? Just give me 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, I'm 43 personally. I don't know about anybody else. I think it's weird as a 40-something-year-old man to think that a woman's value is at her peak when she's 18 years old to 28 years old. That's crazy to me. I want to throw up.
Why do you think that's crazy?
Because first of all, 18-year-old has the word teen in it. That is a child. I wouldn't even look at it. I don't even look at 18-year-old.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, y'all.
I think that's crazy to look at an 18-year-old like
So,
a kid.
So hold on, public.
But that's me.
When you were 19, you didn't look at 19-year-olds?
Hold on.
When you were 18, did you look at 18-year-olds?
Y'all hear me or my mic broke?
I didn't hear you before. I hear you now.
We're going to let him finish, right? But you got to be consistent, public. You said that women are born with the intrinsic value when they're born. So how could it be weird for her to have still value at 18? That's not consistent. You can't say that's weird if you're saying a woman, if that 18 is weird, that means when she's born with her intrinsic value, that's weird as well too. That a man goes, you know what? A baby girl is valuable when she's born versus 18 years old. So tell me what the difference. Now watch what you're doing, right? What's the difference between hold on. What's the difference between an 18-year-old woman that men and women say have intrinsic value and a little girl who was born that men and women say have intrinsic value?
Well, because the value that you guys are speaking of is superficial, it's beauty, or you might add to that having children, which again, I don't look at women as baby factories. So I mean, though I do value and respect childbirth and all of that, right? But that's not what, like, women are much more important than how they look and them being able to have children. The intrinsic value I'm talking about, again, I'm talking about the character,
primary function.
Hold on. Let him land.
Yeah, I'm talking about the primary function of the woman, and I'm sorry, I'm talking about I'm talking about her function. So I'm saying like how she shows up in our community, how she shows up for the people around her, the things that she does, the type of person she is, her character. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not contradicting myself by saying as a 43-year-old man, I don't look at an 18-year-old girl and go, oh man, she's at her peak. I think that that's weird.
What's the
Automatically.
peak?
Now, to answer your question, when I was 19, did I look at 18-year-old girl? Of course, I was 19.
No.
I'm 43. I think that that's weird.
Hold on. No, Public, you're moving too fast. I'm going to ask you again. What gives a 1-year-old, a little girl who's been born, her...
No, Ali, please. What's the peak? You
I don't think women have peaks.
No. One second, please.
I think that is disgusting.
No, Public.
To say a woman has a peak.
One second. Public, one
Hey,
second.
what are we talking about?
No, just 1 second, right? He explained why a man peaks. He says things that make a man take time to build. The things that women like in a man, maturity, money, like the security, all these things take 3, 4, 5 decades to actually build. So when a man is 45 and he has a bunch of money, all the things, he can date the daughter, he can date the mother, and he can date the grandmother. 6-year-olds are looking for him, 40-year-olds are looking for him, 20-year-olds are looking for him, right? He defined what a male peak is. Can you define the female peak, and like where is the point where she peaks and what are the reasons? Can you give us that?
Yeah, you are working under the assumption that I believe women peak. I don't believe women peak. I think that's weird. Again, when the value is intrinsic, it doesn't go away. It's in perpetuity. It's forever. You intrinsically have value. I mean, in theory, until you stop being a person of high character, then you lost.
Okay, well, let's break it down. Can you guys hear me real quick? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
And thanks, Ali and Fatty, for inviting me on the channel. I came on. Wasn't gonna come on. I was extremely busy. Went to the gym and came home, and I happened to see Public Offender on the podcast, who I obliterated in a debate, and he's speaking nonsense and spewing this trash. I like, you know what? Let me come on here and just ask him some logical questions so he can fall into some traps and he'll have to concede. And it's going to be very simple. So one, let me ask you a question because I wanted to get to the part of the conversation where I tuned in at, where you were speaking about, fathers disciplining children. And like anytime a father hits the child is abuse. We'll wait on that for a second. Let's get to this conversation here. So here's a question for you, Public Offender. Is there ever a time in the woman's biology that you would consider to be a peak? Like, for example, reproduction. Is there ever a peak time that a woman has for her reproduction value? Yes or no?
Yeah. So if we're separating her intrinsic value from her value, her ability to reproduce, then of course, when she can reproduce, if that's what you hold near and dear to your heart and you think that that's a value to you or in general, then fine. Yeah. Whenever from the age she can reproduce to the age she can't reproduce, that's, whatever. And I guess her peak is whenever. I don't know the exact age, but I'm sure it's somewhere in her early 20s or something like that. If that's what you want. Again,
the woman,
I am 43 years old. I have 2 kids. I'm not interested in having more children with anybody. So I don't care about that.
From your own,
let's get one mic at a time, okay?
Yep. Instead of thinking from your own subjective view, just try to think objectively. I'm asking you like an objective question. Is it a time where the woman's peak for reproduction, would it be a certain age range for that? Would it be 18? Would it be 25? Would it be, what age?
Say that, yeah. I said it would be probably in her early 20s or something like that. If I had to guess.
Early
before 25. If I had to guess, if I'm not mistaken.
Before 25. Okay, fair enough. So therefore, your mind can measure when, there are some areas for the woman's biology to be like, okay, a peak. Now, another question. You spoke about intrinsic value. This intrinsic value that you speak of, what do you mean by that? Because you don't really believe our last debate that we had. I wouldn't say that you don't believe in any Christianity or any like worldview beliefs of like believing in religious beliefs, because you're pretty much, I would say, like secular, right? So where do you get your intrinsic? You're an atheist. That's even worse. So where do you get this intrinsic value from?
Again, I already told them, but intrinsic value is the character that you have and the way that you show up in your community. So if you are positive, if you are not because people always talk about like the good and the bad. You have to.
Hold on. What
are you talking about? That is intrinsic. What are you talking about?
Public, hold on, y'all. We're gonna have the conversation. Please don't interrupt anybody. Please, 6. Please don't interrupt anybody. When you're gonna have every right to have your part in the conversation as well too. But please, everybody, regardless of your personal feelings about each other, let's attack the what you believe versus than each other. Please, let's keep it.
As soon as the timer is off, we're going to read the super chats, and then we let everybody that is waiting touch the microphone. Okay, friends, just let them have it. This one. The timer is up. Please don't go over the timer. Go ahead.
Bet. So I'm saying that the intrinsic value is just how you are naturally, which I said that both men and women are born with intrinsic value, but men are, as boys, not when we become men, as boys, we are broken down by society and stripped of our intrinsic value, right? Because again, every human in theory has value, but then we are stripped of it by typically by men. We are told that, oh no, being a good person, that's not that important. You got to go get money. Oh, being kind, being generous, oh, that's for weak people. You don't want to do that. You want to be tough. You got to be a protector. You got to go to we start doing that stuff to little boys. And then when they become men, they grow up and they get microphones and start talking and, start lying on podcasts. Like that's the pipeline. Like that's the podcast to, peanut head dude pipeline. You know what I'm saying? Like bunch of men lying to their little kid, lying to boys, then they grow up to be dummies. But women, society doesn't do that to women. Society allows women to maintain their humanity for the most part, and women grow up to be human beings. They realize their humanity. They continue to be human beings from the moment they're born to the moment they die, right? So they help the community. They don't hurt the community. They raise the children. They don't lie. They don't beat. They don't abuse. They're not doing this as a collective. Of course, individuals do this, but as a collective, they're not doing this. So they keep their intrinsic value. Men lose our intrinsic value. And that's the problem. That's the disconnect.
Okay, so intrinsic, you just made up your own definition of the word intrinsic. It does not mean that. Intrinsic is something internal. It is unchangeable. So you're just making up words to mean whatever you want it to mean. You sound like a radical feminist, and you probably don't think that a man is a man, that a man can be a woman, and also a woman can be a man. You sound crazy right now. So your definition of intrinsic.
Hold on. Didn't you just say that it was okay sorry.
Your definition, I'm speaking right now, don't cut me off. Your definition of intrinsic is just wrong. So you're using the wrong word. So back to the conversation. You do believe that there is, let's just get off intrinsic because you are slow on that. You don't know what you're talking about. But back to, you do realize that there are values in a woman and the opposite sex eyes where, as far as you said yes to reproduction value, there's a time, and I don't even agree where, I do agree that it's under 25, but I would say 18, that would be, peak, I would say. And other cultures would probably say 17 or even 16, where that would be a peak for the woman's reproduction value. But here in America, it's legal for the woman to, the woman is legal at 18. So I would say 18 will be, that's her peak for her reproduction value. So when 6 is speaking about, women has value and in certain areas, but you're saying that it's weird to look at a woman's age. Well, no, that's not weird at all, because you would say, well, here's my argument. My argument is very simple when it comes to this value thing and sexual value. I think that our attraction triggers comes from a reproduction standpoint. I repeat, our attraction triggers comes from a reproductive standpoint. Men are attracted to certain things in a woman that exemplifies her to have the ability to reproduce. Like, for example, it studies on this. Men are attracted to the smaller waist and the wider hips. So the waist to hip ratio, which signifies that she has the ability to give a successful birth, depending on wider hips. Women are attracted to taller men in the T shape, broader shoulders, bigger chest, bigger arms. What does this insinuate for the woman? Well, it insinuates safety. Well, he has the ability to keep me safe. He's taller, he's broader up top. So we're attracted to certain things in one another based off of reproduction value for the man and based off of security value in the woman. That's what she looks for in the man. So, I totally think it's okay and not weird for a man to be attracted to a woman that's 18 years old, because guess what? She would be at her peak to give him babies, and not just 1 or 2 babies. Like if she's 33, I'm talking about a lot of babies if she's 18 years old. And men like to spread their seed far and wide and leave a legacy behind. But first, let's just pivot to another conversation, because you said, I just have a question.
Hey, wait. Hold on. Let me
reply to that?
I definitely want to reply to that.
Go ahead, sure.
And please be like, let's be 30 seconds. Let's not go on monologues. Okay, go ahead.
Need to rant. So I'm pretty good with words. I know what the meaning of words are. I don't use them out of context like you do all the time. I'm good at it, first and foremost. Like we could set it up. I know you like challenges. We could literally do like a literacy test, and anytime you want to, we could set that up, because you don't know what you're talking about. But secondly,
your definition of intrinsic is wrong.
Hey, cool. He took that homonyms. You gotta let him go, man. Let him go.
Calm down. So, no, that wasn't an ad hom attack at all. Secondly, I think I find it funny because it seems like men like Cooley, they find any reason to talk about like being like having access to small girls. It's like weird how obsessed you guys are with like kids. And being that you are old enough to have a child that's 18 years old right now, I think it's like really, really despicable to be on some like, yeah, an 18-year-old is hot to trot. She's good to go. And in some cultures, even 16. Like, what are you talking about? That's weird. You shouldn't. Grown-ass men, again, adult men, should not be trying to sleep with teenagers. Anytime that's the case, that's a red flag. Just in my opinion, I think that's a red flag. I don't do legals. I'm talking about morality. It's weird. Secondly, the thing that you bringing up this whole like wider hips and all of that stuff, sir, all of that is not scientific. You can't cite the study. The reason why that's not true is because in different cultures, some cultures, they like skinny, rail thin women. In some cultures, they like women that are 350 pounds. What are you talking about? That's not a human thing. For what you're saying to be true, just keep in mind, it would have to be something that you can stretch across all humanity, right? But since we know that beauty is not only in the eye of the beholder, but it's set by society, right? What I think is beautiful, or what we use the term like conventional beauty or whatever, is literally set up by society. They tell us we are conditioned to believe what is beautiful and what is not beautiful, what is attractive and what is not attractive. You acting as if this is a biological thing, it's just not proven and it's not true. So why are you citing pseudoscientific studies at best, if not just making that shit up off the top of your head? I'm curious.
So you don't think that influence creates thinking and thinking creates behavior? Is that
I literally
a yes or
just
no?
said that. That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, I know. That's what I see what you're appealing to.
Let him go. Let him. You landed.
Okay, you can have the.
You just asked me the question. I'm just telling you. Like literally,
you got a school for, so
Totally
nobody
fine.
says nobody got interrupted. Let him go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so what you're appealing to is influence. That's why I said that influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. What I did was I always start with the cause of things, the first influence. And manipulation happens when you focus on effects before getting to the cause. I would argue that the first influence is the biology. That's why I went to the biology. The other influences would be external influences like culture, society, and social norms and things like that, right? So yeah, there can be a culture where they'll appeal to, and some place in Africa or another country, they'll like, fat women, for an example. That could be a thing culturally, but that does not adhere to their biology, meaning that their biology is telling them to get someone that is healthy and in shape, that is not going to suffer from a bad pregnancy because they're overweight. You get what I'm saying? If you're obese, well, the chances of you giving a successful birth and your baby coming out healthy, that rate decreases. So what you're saying is nonsensical. Get to the root of things like I'm sticking on. Then you go on to say things like morality. Well, I'm coming from morality, but you're atheist. You don't even have any moral beliefs or anywhere to back your moral beliefs from. Where does morality even come from if you don't have any epistemic belief? Where does it even come from? So you're saying things that you don't even know what you're speaking about.
Okay. So morality doesn't come from religion. Religion was created after morality existed. Morality is a complex idea that actually comes from you personally. It's a combination of things, but it also, morality is set again by your society, because in this country, it's moral for us to eat cows. In other countries, they look at that and they frown upon that. In other countries, it's cool for them to eat dogs. In this country, we don't like eating dogs. It ain't got nothing to do with dogs are dirty or none of that type of stuff. We eat pigs. It's a moral discussion. Oh, it's wrong to kill a pet. It's da-da-da-da. In other countries, they don't care. They kill a pet. They'll kill a dog. They don't care. They'll eat it. They'll skin a cat. They don't care, right? That is, morality has nothing to do with religion, sir. It has everything to do with how you, right? I do believe that we, as a mechanism of survival, we know that we don't like things done to us, right? Because they're unsafe. So we also don't want to do them to other people. And then societally, we are taught what morality is. Now, it doesn't mean you can't go beyond that. You could come up, as you grow older, your morality can be shapen and sharpened if you want it to be. If you work on it like me, like my morality has definitely grown the older I've gotten, right? But if you don't, if you're stuck and stagnant, then your morality will never go anywhere. It will never grow. And if you need an external source for you to base your morality in, then you don't actually have morality. Morality comes from it is inside of you. It is what, you know what I'm saying? It's inside of you. You got to look to somebody else or something else and be like, oh, this told me it's moral and thus I'm going to follow it, or whatever the case may be. Then that's on you. I don't need that. I don't need somebody to tell me something is bad. I know it's bad. I know it's bad because I'm a human being. And I know what I don't want. Like, I would never, ever, ever want somebody to try to assault me. Therefore, why would I try to assault somebody, right? Because I don't want to be assaulted. I don't like being lied to. So I don't lie. I can't stand it. It's it hurts me.
Let me table the conversation right here, because we have to conduct the show. If you guys want us to moderate the debate on both of y'all morality, all that, you're more than willing to call us. We make sure that we give us a fair chance while you stream for your people. So if you guys want to do it, if you guys want to do it, just let us know when we do it. But we have to go back to the show. Cool. 30 seconds to reply to what he said, and then we go back to the show. I'm sorry for the people that are on the panel and are a little bit freeze. It's our responsibility. We'll pass you the microphone.
Yeah, in regards to morality, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just appealing to his own preferences. He has no moral epistemic belief at all. He doesn't even know what epistemology mean or any of these words that I'm saying even mean. So this is why he didn't refute anything. He just talked in circles and said morality doesn't come from religion. No one said that morality came from religion. He's just talking nonsense. And the other thing is, it's very funny how the reason why I said it is because he's an atheist. He believes in nothing. So therefore, the only thing that you can appeal to is your own preferences of what you think is bad and what you think is good. You don't appeal to anything higher than yourself or external to yourself. It's always inside. So if everyone adopted that, then everyone would be their own gods. Guess what? You're the arbiter of morality. You can say what's good and what's bad. The other person can too. There will be chaos in communities, chaos in your home, and chaos everywhere because he's an atheist. He doesn't know what he's speaking about. But really, the real thing of why I came in, I don't know how many seconds I had left, but he was talking about disciplining his kids. And one of the questions that I had was, he said something, your body doesn't know the difference between discipline and abuse. So I wanted to ask him a question on that. It seems like he went away, but hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, let me read the super chats. And then once again, the title of the show was Andrew Tate right about woman? Is absolute submission a form of love or control? We're going to jump on it extremely soon. Thank you to the 700 people watching the show in all platforms. We appreciate you. We're going to read the super chats in just a second.
It's time for some super chats.
Player one, thank you very much for the Untouchable membership. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I can find.
Got
Okay, here we go.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Of course, Carl Anderson with 5 Untouchable memberships. Thank you very much, Carl.
Got
Salute to you.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
My boy Dark Lake Revive in the building with 1 Untouchable membership. Thank you very
Got
much.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
We have Carl Anderson in the building. He says, Ilkan, you got some great points, but the sisterhood is here to stay. Good luck. Harrison Davies saying salute. Salute to you, brother. Thank you very much. We have on the other side, the last thing men need to do is give advice to women. Men need to be lonelier. From Cosmic Journey, straight from the UK. Thank you very much for supporting Public Offender. We have Brit 94, $5 for all of that people. If I throw your mail over your gate, don't pick it up. I didn't hand it to you. Sign your neighborhood mail lady. Ooh-wee. My boy Jonathan with the $20. Thank you very much for the $20, brother. I appreciate you.
Here you go, sir. $20. Get yourself some food to eat.
If by food you mean drugs, then hell yeah, bitch. I'm about to get fucked up.
He said, for the cooks, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. We have my boy Guardian Dog saying that his Mr. is said birthday. 26 months says, happy birthday to Mr. Ised. Shout out to the Untouchables. We're going to make a post later. Thank you very much, Mr. Ised. I hope you have a great day. Happy birthday. The blueprint. This is going to be a waste of your time and energy, public. Thank you very much. Jet Live with the 10 Untouchable memberships. Thank you very much, Jet. I appreciate you for always rocking with the salute. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. We have Matreon with 5 memberships for the Untouchable Empire, baby. Thank you very much.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
I hope you're doing good. Then we have Kio Maris, $5. It won't let me do more than 5. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Again, from the United Kingdom, Bianca saying, Public Offender, this is some masochist shit. Aww. He's a big boy, he can handle it. Biku Joe, Biku, $5. Physical abuse is never okay. Where the hell are we? Thank you very much. Maggie says, nothing, just £5. There's a lot of British people over here. It's crazy. Slice, adulting, says, there are women who are no longer alive because a man didn't like how she delivered, rejecting his advances. Y'all don't make sense. And those men should be in jail. I don't understand what is the problem. No edit said it, $5. Thank you very much. Wait. Corn with $5 says, I've got both my parents. I agree way more with the public offender, and my parents were strict, military style. My dad helps my mom with chores, etc. Victorious in the building saying, cook these ninjas. Nigga! Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Like the advice. And by the way, friends, tomorrow in the morning, we are going to have a beautiful video that we're going to post speaking about cooking, because they say cook those ninjas. Okay. So we're going to have something special for y'all. Okay. Fatty Cooks Public Offender. Yes. Tomorrow is going to be uploaded. Thank you very much for the alley-oop. Cat Ryan, £5, says, what discipline is an adult showing when they choose to eat a child in cold blood rather than actually address the issue? Thank you very much. We have Sherry saying nothing, just $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We have Slice comes back again, says, men decide that men with money are more valuable. Example, the founding colonizers decided that broke men couldn't vote. Y'all value money more. Okay, we have 15 to go, almost there. The blueprint: dude definitely dates broke woman. That's your fault, big homie. Ain't nobody trying to listen to this dude lecture them all the time. You have to put names on it so you can know who it is. Corn, $5. What woman like our spelling? What woman like are what we value? Will value people doing chores and helping women fatty. Let's get skinny. Let's go back to school and learn how to articulate written super chats. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate that. Cat Ryan, 10 pounds. Incel energy abounds. Why such preoccupation with what people find attractive initially? That is of no real substance, but incels never even get that far, so ignore everything else. Resentful failure. Kind of funny that the woman on your side, public offender, keeps saying that body count doesn't matter, and the first insult that they have against men is call them incel, which is you
It's
get
so
no pussy.
contradictory.
Isn't
So
it crazy?
contradictory.
Body count doesn't matter,
Contradictory.
but the first thing I'm going to use to attack you is you get no bitches. So you guys need to pick a side. Either being having sex matters or don't. Okay, so just pick one. Thank you very much, Kat, for the $10 donation to the public offender.
Let's go. We got $10.
Sir, do you have any change?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm broke.
Thank you very much, Cacorn. If woman's labor is value, then women are always valuable, and what they teach to the younger generations is still valuable. The logic is crazy. Thank you very much, Cacorn. We have 9 more to go. Red Lipstick, thank you very much for the Untouchable membership. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Untouchable Empire, baby.
We have Isa CG, and she says, Ali always look like thinking is physically hurt him.
That's his side too, right?
Thank you very much for the support.
Public, you the only man them women love.
Yes, facts and snacks official. Public is way above their intellectual pay grade. Not these guys trying to distinguish value between women and children because they don't get it. Thank you very much, Facts. Appreciate you. We have Bright Brit saying he doesn't hear himself. Y'all are weird. You have to put names on it so we can know who you're talking to. Cacorn, $5. If grandma is babysitting your kids is not valuable, then don't ask grandma. LOL. What the heck? If grandma is still taking care of grandpa, no value. We're talking about the sexual dating market, and these people are talking about what makes a person valuable. I don't understand. Like, if it is the IIQ, you should understand that we're talking about relationships and what makes a man picks a woman and a woman picks a man. We are not saying that a single nurse or a single scientist can be extremely valuable to society if towards their work they make civilization be a little bit better. Like, you guys need to focus. We're talking about relationships, friends. Relationships. BCC, $5. They said the public offender is lashing out at every man because he didn't like his daddy. Thank you very much. Spoke. Damn, goddamn it. Spoke to Berlina. Member for 9 months. Cooley is peak performance. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. DJ So Lovely, $5 says so many down low egos. Can you send $10 next time so you can spell it correctly? Out in the red pill manosphere, so says. Thank you very much, DJ So Lovely. You should change your name. You should change your name because your text and the name don't match. Thank you very much. My boy Boogie is in the building. He says, Ali, Fatty, B Cups. Shout out to the ladies, Jade and Ty. Even though I disagree with 99% of what Ty says, shout out to the number one feminist public offender, Derek Jackson Jr. Damn, that's crazy. And we're almost done. Cat Ryan, $5. You cannot reason an incel out of an opinion he did not reason himself in. Thank you very much, Miss Cat Ryan or Mr. The Blueprint saying, let him cook. PCZ saying, public offender really thinks females want to hear him tell them their newborn baby sons will grow up to be worthless. Amazing.
Yeah, he said they were born cooked.
No edit said it. $5. Coolly Googling instead of listening proves he's trying to put it on, but public got it in him. That was very pausable moment. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Finally, Cosmic Journey saying the live is terrible. The red pills and pick-me's disgust me. It's so terrible that 600 people are watching. Oh my God. There's such a bad product. You shall stop watching. Thank you very much for the support. This is so lovely. For $5, there's not a male loneliness epidemic. It's natural selection, wedding down to weirdos. That's why you don't have no man and probably no kids. You should tackle your own loneliness, DJ. So lovely. But thank you very much for being here, hating as usual. We truly appreciate the hate.
Oh man, hate.
Kimberly, $2 saying Kulinark laugh is wicked work. Again, DJ so hateful, $5. Why is the person who can't speak English reading the super chats? Like the woman that can keep no man is talking about relationships. If you can keep no man, DJ, and you're talking about relationships, I can read the super chat without knowing no English. So I think we're even.
Hey.
And finally, that girl, Ames, maybe with a $10.
Let's go. We got $10.
Sir, do you have any change?
Nah, motherfucker, I'm broke.
If women aren't so valuable, why also so many older men look to settle down? They can't run them streets, so need access to a woman or coin coach, and companionship. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the people that supported the show, including all the DJ haters. Please keep sending money. We truly appreciate it. On the Hamburger Fund sites, friends, we need $100 via Cash App or PayPal. So you know exactly what to do so we can fill the Hamburger Fund.
I would like to buy the burger. I would like to buy a hamburger. 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 The burger.
Team 38, $ Team 38, and $ Ilkan, $Ilkan. So friends, let's go back to the show.
It's time to do.
And once again, I'm sorry for our guests for freezing you out for 30 minutes, but we are going to finally go back to what we came here to do, okay? So this is the basis of what we are doing on our show today. We're going to let the ladies talk first, and afterwards, popcorn style, okay? The person that grabs the microphone first is the person that have it. If you want to talk, raise your hand and we'll make sure that you get the microphone too.
Nice job.
Before we go, DJ so lovely. I'm engaged. You desert storm weirdo. Yeah, just like the engagement queens that Kevin Samuel was talking about. Y'all always engaged for whatever reason. So once again, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. We sure believe you.
Somebody lies. Yeah. Now somebody I don't know who, but I'm telling you, somebody's lying.
We love DJ so lovely. Her opinion is very relevant.
Shut up, silly woman. And men have had all of their authority removed. You want us to have the responsibility of a woman, the responsibility of a family, the responsibility of children, the responsibilities with none of the authority. You can't tell a woman what to do. You can't tell her to be quiet. You can't tell your kids off. You can't tell her not to suck. You can't tell her not to go out with her friends. If you do any of that, it's emotionally coercive behavior. That's a criminal charge in England. If you tell your own wife not to go to the pub, and you're the criminal.
oh, you're so controlling. Oh,
That's
you doesn't
right.
let me do stuff.
But I'm still responsible? No. Looks like the government has more power than me.
So just to make a little stop, and thank you very much, Jet Life, for the $25 via Hamburger Fund. So we don't get a copyright claim. We stop for a second. They're talking about the responsibilities of a man and a father in the life of the woman and his kids. Okay, so let's keep going.
So if you want to play this game and take all of my authority away as a man, you want to reduce me to nothing more than a tax slave, well, then I'm going to play your game back at you. I have no authority, so I have no responsibility. I will look after children, and I will look after the women who give me absolute authority over their lives, who say, yes, sir, anything you say, sir, I trust what you believe in the world. I trust you're guiding us. I trust you to take care of us. Yes, sir. Those women are driving Bentleys currently, living in mansions currently. And the women who say, I don't want to listen to you, I want to do what I want, are currently in council houses. And I have kids with all of them. And I don't give a fuck.
It's time to do.
So let's go with the ladies first. Okay. Lady Jane and Jada, the question will be rolling in the bottom. Okay. Is absolute submission a form of love or a form of control? Lady J and Jada, you guys can go first.
Jada, if you want to go first, I can go after you.
Is absolute submission a form of love or control?
I think it's a form of love and a form of respect. And submission also shows in a marriage your humility and obedience to God as well. So, and then also with the question's a little interesting because you said, is it control? But a man that's leading, if you want a man leading you, he has to have control over you. But you're trusting that that's, once again, you're submitting to his authority, and you understand that the things that you would call controlling are to protect you and to lead the relationship where you trust that he's leading it best. So that's my answer.
Lady J?
I believe that it is an act of love in the form of trust and devotion. You know, if you are submitting to your husband.
I agree with the other ladies.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with the other ladies. I think it is a form of love and trust and respect for the man, and that you actually see him as the leader in your life.
Fellas, do you think absolute submission is a form of love or control? You're muted, Cooley.
Got it. Absolute submission is definitely a form of love, not a form of control. Jada explained it perfectly. If you love someone and you submit to that man, you are appealing to his authority. So that wouldn't even be control. I know Jada said that, it can be like people can say it's control, but it's not really control if you are submitting. Control is you do not want to submit and someone is still controlling you. That's not in your will to do. That's what I would say control is. So yeah, submission is definitely a form of love, not control.
Six and Ali.
Go ahead, brother Six.
Oh, I don't think we can hear. Go ahead. You got this.
Submission is a form of both love, respect, trust, and control. And I think a lot of times what I'm sick of is us men. See, we understand, Cooley, I watched enough of your content to know that answer wasn't fully genuine. That was kind of disingenuous. We try to take the lid out the dynamite by saying it's not control because women don't like the word control and they don't like the word cooperate, right? Those are both triggering for women. But let's call it what it is. It is control. You get on an airplane every time you fly to Vegas or Miami and turn up with your girls. You are giving that pilot control over your life, and you never even met him. But if that man say it's time to buckle your seatbelt up, you're going to buckle your seatbelt up, and when he tell you to put it on airplane mode, it's already on airplane mode before he finishes his sentence. So I'm no longer going to sugarcoat control. Responsibility without authority is slavery. And no man is going to sign up for that. If I have to put my life on the line for you, then you should do what I ask you to do. Your boss, no matter how he say it, no matter how he deliver it, whether you like it or not, you're going to submit and you're going to do what he say do. And a lot of women will rebuttal that with, but he's paying me. So money is worth more than your life. Your boss ain't going to die for you. But me as your man, as your husband, as your patriarch, you're under my tutelage. It's my job to protect you by all measure, by all means. And sometimes I have to protect you from yourself. So I should have control over the household. I'm not taking out the dynamite for you to spare your prissy little feelings. Yes, I am in control, just like the pilot is in control. So yes, submission is the highest form of love, trust, and respect. Because men, we conflate love with respect. If you don't respect us, we automatically know you don't love us. So you're going to get a different version of us. But nah, Cooley, you know that that's control. We don't have to not say the word control. It is control. There's nothing wrong with control. There's nothing wrong with cooperate. To cooperate, co means two. We're both, be cooperative with the man in charge of defending your life. And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, so there's distinct differences between submission and control. So I don't disagree with you. 6, as far as the way you're elaborating your statement, I'm just pointing out a difference. So if you are submitting, if the woman is submitting to you, she relinquishes the control into the man's hands. She relinquishes all of her control, all of her will, and she trusts that man. So I would say that if you are submitting, there's no need for the man to control because you already relinquish all of your authority to the man. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a play with words, but I mean, you watch my content, you know, I'm not afraid of saying certain words because women are sensitive. That's not what I'm saying here. I just wanted to distinguish the difference between, point out a distinguish between a difference between submission and control, because once again, I believe submission is relinquishing the authority to the man. So the man has, you can say, I guess, all control, but he's not really controlling if she's submitting.
But
right?
he
So
is
like
control. He is control.
not really, though.
When I went to
Not
Lowe's the
really,
other
though.
day, the man at Lowe's was like, "Hey man, you got a solar power? You got woo?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got solar. I got a brand new house, whatever." He like, "Well, what do you?" I said, "I don't know. My wife takes care of that. I don't know. She have control over if we with Edison and that is her control." I've submitted, like, hey, you worry about solar power and all that. So that's under her control. Because
Yeah, I
men
get.
submit in ways too, but we submit in different areas. I think in a relationship, whatever you're naturally, for the most part, whatever you're naturally adept at, your counterpart should submit to you so that you can cover their shortcomings. So again, in that scenario, in that instance that happened, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, why are you talking? I'm not even trying to be rude to you, but she controls that. Time Warner, or if we gonna use this cable company, I don't care about that. She controls that.
Yeah.
And the woman, in essence, when she submit to certain things that duties and functions that a patriarch is supposed to do, he does have control.
Yeah.
But I don't
So
understand why
so
women, it really makes their chest tight to hear that word. And we
I know,
like,
yeah, it
what do you,
does.
like your boss control you. Your boss can tell you you can't go out for your birthday and you don't go quit.
So once again, I'll maybe state it differently because maybe I stated it not the best way. So what I'm saying is I believe human beings have agency. So human beings have agency, which means that in my worldview, they are responsible beings. They have responsibilities. They have a degree of authority. And since they have a degree of authority, basically what they're responsible for, they have accountability, meaning that they must be accountable. So it's consequences on the tail end of things. So when we're speaking about submission, I'm saying that the woman, she gives up her authority, right, to the man. So therefore, there's no need to even insert the word control because she's not, she gave up her authority. She gave up basically her agency, part of her agency to the man. This doesn't mean that she's still not going to be responsible for certain things and she's still not going to be accountable. But in regards to, well, she's going to always have a degree of accountability. But in regards to the what she's responsible for, I mean, not what she's responsible for, what she has authority over, she's relinquishing that authority over to the man. So it's like, it's kind of like a play on words. So it's kind of semantics. Some people in the chat would agree, like, okay, Six, I see what you're saying. I like using the word control. I'm gonna say control. Some people may say in the chat, Cooley, I like the way you broke it down and pointed out the difference between control and submission and stuff. So it's kind of like a play on words. But I do overall think that we agree.
No, we do.
Yeah.
We definitely agree. I just want to get women used to hearing the word control without it being triggering, because it
let
ain't
my
going
brother
nowhere.
let the brother hold the
SD, ladies, SDs.
whole tacular brother. But I want to tell you how brainwashed we are. She didn't give up nothing. She gained. It's actually us that's in control. Yeah, we keep thinking that we in control of her, but she actually in control of you. You gave up the world to be with her. Even if you gain in part of the world, you gave up all the things that Cooley can do, all the abundance of things Six can do for one woman. And which means if you submit to her and now she has control of you, then it's only right that she gives up control of herself to you as well, too, because she gained everything by being with you. You gave up the world for her. If y'all want to be truthful about what actually happens, because fidelity was supposed to be what she gave us. Just think about that one. Go ahead, my brother Hoface.
What's up, y'all? So I'm sitting here listening, and I agree with both of y'all. I agree with both of the points that y'all making. Y'all on the same road. Y'all just taking different ways to get there. Basically, is what I'm hearing from it. But in my opinion, one thing I did disagree with you, Cooley, is that the man do gotta have control.
Mm-hmm.
A man that don't have control over his woman and his household. Right now we talking about his woman. He shouldn't protect that woman because that woman can get him killed. And by control, this is the definition of control. It means the power to influence or direct people's behavior or course of events or actions, right? Now, there are different types of control, and this is what a lot of women have problems with because when they hear the word control, they're thinking being made or forced to do something, right? So that's why they have a lot of problems with the word control. But the power to influence can be through my wisdom, not necessarily my force. It can be through how I talk to you. It could be through the example that I set for the household, right? So that's also a form of control. And as a man that's tasked with what the brother Six said, which is giving your life for your woman if you have to be able to have some type of control to where you can say, baby, you can't wear that out. You finna go to the club. That's not the right thing to do. You should change that. And she should be like, okay, because not just because I want you to, but because you're going somewhere where men gonna be drinking, somebody might grab up on you, grope you, and then guess who got to come to your rescue and then risk possibly losing my life over it? Me. So let's avoid that by doing this. If a woman can't see that wisdom, that discernment, that logical decision making, whether it's you, baby, take that off, or giving her a reason for why she should do it. That's not the type of woman you should be with because you have no type of control. And then again, it can cost you your life in the process. So I do agree with both of you all, but I also strongly agree that the man has to have control because he is tasked with giving his life if he has to, and the women expect him to do it. So if you expect me to give my life for you, then I need some control over what goes on in this relationship and how it goes down.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me just say something real quick because you guys are talking about control. I'm talking about absolute control.
What do you
Okay.
mean?
So yeah. And now I want the ladies again to go back because ladies, it seems like y'all talking about general control, like the man is the last word. Absolute control, what Andrew Tate said on that video, is not about we talking about it and I have the last word. This absolute control. You do what I want you to do, and you trust me that I have your best intentions at heart, and you get all the privileges and benefits of being with me, or you get nothing. There's no negotiation. There's not we're going to sit here and talk with each other. Like I want y'all, now that we got that out of the way and people kind of talk about love and all that because it was a question, and especially the ladies, Like, what do you feel? What is your first reaction when you hear the word absolute control? Meaning, the person that is sleeping next to you, he has the power, all the powers. He does what he feels like it, and I'll follow along. Like, what do you perceive of that?
So as a Christian, my full devotion is to God, and that's why I can submit to my husband. And
Mhm.
so and the word absolute control, if he's doing something now that is rebellious to God, I don't submit to that. That doesn't mean I leave him in any capacity. I'm devoted to him because I'm devoted to God in the covenant. So I'm not divorcing or anything like that. My job as a wife is just to plant seeds, to bring him out of rebellion, to inspire him. But I would not submit to anything that would go out of my first submission is to the Lord. So
Yes.
that's
So
my
and we are going to assume that is not putting you in danger. Is not committing crimes. Is not abusing you. Is not doing things that clearly put you in danger. He's just doing his thing. He thinks the best way is to go left. You go left. It says left again, and you go left, and you keep going left as long as he's on the like you said, he doesn't break. He put you into danger or going against your principles, right?
right, absolutely. So
Yes.
in that point, yes, absolute
What,
control. There's if
what
it's
about
not going against like anything against God. Yes.
what about you? Oh, go ahead, Ali.
Well, hey Jada, Peter, I think 1:3 says, likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your husbands, that if they not obey the word, that they may also without the word be won by the conversation of their wives. So even in the Bible, it says, even if the man doesn't follow the word, you still supposed to submit to your man. It's,
Right, I just wouldn't also sin with him, if that makes sense. I'm
I
not going
understand
to
if you
sin
wouldn't sin
against
with them, but
God.
if you took a lot of times sisters have to lead with God before they say they'll even follow a man. So then I ask this: if you take God out of this equation, what do women benefit from that they're giving up if they don't submit to a man? What is it that you can control, and what is it that you would give up for your man that would benefit you? Like, what is it like women? Because women fight so hard for control of a man, of control of something, and whatever they're doing when they're living their best life is always on some 304 stuff. It's never on some actually building themselves up to be a great human being for the community, for their children, for a man, for a woman. It's always about something that's on some 304 stuff. So what is it that is better than even having the control of that man having control of you? What can you control that's better than a man controlling you?
So I agree with you. I think submission to a man in general, just from being around male leaders, is that you benefit so much, even emotional control, emotional stability. So I would say submission to a man regardless is you
You get
benefit a lot from it.
you get what I'm like, Lady J, and even you, Ty.
I don't
I
understand
when
what you
I
said.
I'm about to tell you. Oh, who? Jada.
No,
Well,
no, you. What did
me.
that mean? Yes.
So I always ask this: does society function better when man has control of women or when woman has control over herself? So how does so when I ask that, most women will admit that it's when men have control over them. So what can she have control over better than the man that benefit her life more than the man controlling her ever?
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with submitting to authority, and I agree to submitting to man in general, like male authority. So I'm
That,
not disagreeing
It,
with you.
right. That's all I'm asking for.
yeah,
Especially
but,
if
but,
you
but
say, especially
there's benefits into you being by yourself. You can
what
be on a podcast on Friday, and you don't have to go ahead and do what your husband wants you to do. You can go ahead and go out with your girlfriends and have fun. There's a lot of things, and this is not about society. This is about a
Mhm,
relationship. Because women don't care about society. We have to get the shit out of the way. Women don't give a fuck about society. They care about what is beneficial for them. I
mhm,
believe that if you're actually talking on the individualistic point of view, the way that these women are being raised nowadays, they see a tremendous amount of benefit in being single,
mhm.
like Dr.
I agree.
Brian and all these, like,
I
because they
agree.
understand if they
I
get
love
with Ali,
No,
if
no,
they
watch.
get with
Oh, I'm not
Bully,
saying what he's saying. I
if
agree
they
with
get with
right,
SD, they will have to comply to shit that they don't want to do by
right,
default, right? So there will
right,
be a benefit. Do
right.
they get better outcomes? I don't believe it. But at the end of the day, in their head, they see it as a benefit because if they didn't do it, they'll be cuffed by 22, not by 45. You see what I'm saying?
What's funny is everything they do that we do makes them miserable. They're miserable with working. They're miserable with having kids. They're miserable with having bodies. They're miserable with having a roster. They're miserable with having multiple men. Everything that we do, they self-report and make them happy. Like there's self-reporting that says that women are happier unmarried and single than they are when they have a family. But all you hear women complaining about is not having a family and not having a man until they're disrespecting the man. So Fatty, you see all this data, this self-report is all made up in lies. She's not benefit from the girls' trips. She's not benefiting from being a stripper. She's not benefiting from going on girls' trips. She's not benefiting from being an OnlyFans model. She's not benefiting from social media. She's not benefiting with her breasts.
What makes them happy?
They don't even know.
Nothing. That's the point. Nothing.
But watch this.
I got you, Ty.
But watch this. At the end of the day, when a lot of sisters, just like our grandmothers and mothers, because maybe they went through the same things, even though I think they had different encounters that already learned a purpose. When a woman finally gets on her purpose and see what's going on, and she does have the kid and the man next to her, I believe there's some. I'm gonna say believe because I don't know. I can only speak for my mother, but watching what happens, there's a sense of purpose that the woman gets and go, damn, I'm happy I have this.
So,
and by the way, let's get Ty, Cooley, and SD.
Okay. So I want. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Is it someone else's turn first? Go ahead, Ty. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. So I was just gonna go back to what Ali was stating when he said, they make an OnlyFans, they might be strippers. I think it's important to figure out because what makes a person happy is dependent on that person, right? It's not one thing that makes all women happy. All women don't have the same ideology or perception of life or what they're going for. There are certain women that their main focus is money. So having an OnlyFans and becoming a millionaire in a few months might make them happy, right? Being a stripper might make them happy. Being able to fund their own trips and not depend on different men to do things for them may make them happy. But for women that are centered in wanting to build a family and create, a legacy and have a man next to them, those type of things will not fulfill them. And those are the women that are saying they are not happy. So I do think that there are some women that are genuinely out here happy by themselves because their focus is different. But for women who want families and things of that nature, then that goes back to what Fatty is saying, the absolute submission, right? I think they don't have a problem with absolutely submitting to a man and doing that.
Ty, I don't want to interrupt you.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I'm speaking of a specific woman. I'm speaking of a specific woman, not all women, not most women that are portrayed on social media on a daily basis. I'm speaking of a specific woman who wants those things in life. I don't think they have an issue with submitting fully to a man. I don't think that's a problem at all. Now, what women will argue is that it's harder to find men to do that for nowadays. That's what women will argue. But at the same time, we can argue that women make it harder for them to do so, because I do agree that most of the time when we decide to lead a life or a life on our own, making our own decisions, especially when you don't have a father figure in your life and you start making your own judgment calls, you end up going down the wrong road. And it becomes harder to reel that in. Now you have to retrain. Now you have to relearn. Now you have to, fully reshape your character and who you are to fit into that mode. And that becomes harder for men, and they don't want to deal with that.
So I would say this, and then Cooley and SD can get it, and then we go back to Lady J and Jada and Upland 6. The words absolute submission terrify 99% of women. It will be a father-son relationship. You have no word. You do what I need you to do because I have your best interest at heart, and you are going to trust me that I'm actually going to take you to the promised land. Those words terrify. I don't care if you're conservative, if you are a trad wife, if you are from the church. Absolute submission, meaning I'm going to treat you like you're my daughter, and you are going to go where I want you to go, terrifies this woman. You know what changes the 99% to 30%? A tremendous amount of money. Because these women have no problem submitting absolutely to a motherfucker that is a millionaire, a billionaire, a guy that takes a tremendous amount of money, because they know if they break that absolute submission, they will get cashes and prizes if something goes bad. So I don't really believe that the absolute submission shit for woman is available, because I don't see it. I
But
truly don't.
Fatty, that kind of makes sense. Even in the example that you gave, absolute submission would be that you see that woman that you're sleeping with and having children with as your daughter, right? And
Mhm.
as your daughter, you would be a father figure, meaning that you take care of me. So why is it so hard to believe that women would then only want that from a man who has all of this money? And I'm not saying all women do, but I just understand the thought process
Yes,
there,
because
right?
it shouldn't be
Well,
like
Right.
that's
that.
the
Because
Because my
he
dad
will
was
he's
no
playing daddy
Ty.
role.
That's
He's
not the
taking
point.
care of
No,
everything.
Ty. It's not the point. Think about it. I obeyed my dad not because he was rich, but because I knew he had my best interest at heart. Right? I follow my mom not because she was rich, but because she had some set of values that I would see and say, "Oh, damn, my mom actually is doing this for me." Right? When women talk about absolute submission, they never talk about, oh, I need these men to be honest and to be righteous and to
no,
no, it's
no.
always man. It's always I will submit to a man that earns literally 1 second, Ty, just 1 second.
Okay.
You know these two fake doctors that are the Dr. Brian and the doctor that looks Asian but they're actually black. They ask her this: would you submit to a man that at his purpose he was going on his way up, he was righteous, like he had all the good qualities of a moral person, but he earned $70,000? She said, no, I don't know nobody that earns $70,000, so I wouldn't do it. So what is the deciding factor? Is
But
money.
but I feel like even listening to her is foolish, right? Like, because we
But
can
but
abuse
but
a lot
she's
of the
most
things
woman.
that she says because she's a hypocrite in a lot
No,
of
she's
things that
most
she
woman. Would you
portrays.
agree
She's
that she's
not
most woman,
most
Ty?
women. She's most women with the loudest voices in today's society. She's most women who are constantly put on the pedestal and in front of
She's
us
most woman.
and preaching on
But
behalf of women, but she is not most women.
when
Yeah,
it
no,
comes to absolute submission, though,
She's most women
she's
that
most
think like that.
woman. I
She's
got you,
most women
Bestie.
that think like that.
She
Doctor,
represents those women. She's
But
not
she's
most
no, no,
women.
no. 1 second.
She's not most women.
Don't compare. Don't comment. I want the bottom row to talk right now, right?
Go
But
ahead.
but
I'll
don't
silence.
compartmentalize, please. When we talk about most men, if I say most men like big booties, I'm not going to compartmentalize. Oh, no, this is most men. To point
I don't,
period.
I don't, I don't.
I don't have to explain it. This like Dr. Brian and the other doctor, they represent most modern women. They want their cake and eat it too. They want the money, they want the status, they want everything that comes with having a man of value. And if the motherfucker doesn't have morals, it is
but
what it is
but
because it's their opinion.
Fatty, let me interject something real quick. Dr. Brian is in the latter part of her 40s and single. She
But there's
giving
a
relationship advice
To
as a
people,
single
what?
woman. Wait,
What?
hold on. And she said, I don't even know people that make 70,000. So that means the people that you around that's high earners don't even want your ass.
don't want her.
So
Yeah.
you around multimillionaires day in and day out, and you have yet to pair bond with a man. I would like to use her as a parable for what happens when you a young girl and don't fix your frontal cortex and digest reality. You end up like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Because guess what? Her Birkin bags can't bring her soup when she's sick. Her G-Wagon can't check on her if she fell down the stairs. There is no honor in being on earth 43 fucking human years and being unable to pair bond with a man. There is no honor in that. So if you buy into her ideology, you're gonna be just like her, sitting on a bunch of couches. Because in her 20s, she was standing on them couches, and them couches was in a dark room called clubs. Now she's sitting on couches, still single, spewing this rhetoric. So yeah, use her as a parable. You think like her, you're gonna end up like her. And again, there is no honor in being unable to pair bond with a man after 40-something years on earth. And then you say, I don't even be around people that make 70,000. So that means the men in your tax category don't even want you, which further proves that every day over the age of 30 years old, you begin to lose patina.
SD and Cooley.
this is why I don't think that most of them are single. I mean, not single, but happy while they're single. I think that most of them pretend to be out to the public because it's a good thing for them. It makes them feel good and all these things, right? But if they were so happy to be single, Kendra G wouldn't have this huge platform. You wouldn't have so many of them signed on to online dating and out here trying to find men, right? So I think that when they're young and they're in demand, they pretend, hey, everything is good, everything is great. because they're sacrificing their purpose for their goal. So out here chasing the bag and doing all these things, it seems cool. But when that purpose punch them in the chest, like it's doing for the young lady that they talking about, Dr. Bryant, and then the other lady that said she wouldn't date the bus driver. I forgot her name. When that purpose punch you in the chest, now you go into a sperm bank. Now you're going to have a baby at 40 something years old by somebody you don't even know, just so you can fulfill that purpose that's always in you as a woman. So we could be out here in the social media world and they can lie and pretend all they want. But deep inside of them, that purpose is going to be there because it's put there by God for you to have children and multiply the world. It is there for you. So that's why a lot of these women later on in life become unhappy, makes foolish decisions when they do go out here and have these babies or get pregnant just to have a baby because they weren't really happy in the first place. They just pretended to be so that social media can tell them that they had black girl magic.
And you know what's crazy? And Ty, I'm asking you, imagine us and all the brothers says we won't stop until we get big. All of us, most men living on earth, we won't stop until we get big booty women with big breasts. They all got to be tans for us to marry. You'll know we're just justifying being single with our created delusion we pretend to believe in. And we will fight again. We'll fight against men being good. I mean, women being good. So it's impossible to be in a relationship. That's why so many women bash men and talk bad against men because they want to make it impossible to be with a good man. So you always got to find something wrong with the men. But imagine, and not forget, imagine, look at what the current state of women are doing. Most women, we won't stop until we get the best man that exists, which isn't realistic. So when we go, why do they still think like that? Oh, they're pretending to that they're capable of doing that, so they can continue to pretend to believe in what they're believing in.
But see, women like Dr. Bryant, she's spewing things she don't, like you said, it's a facade. I hate that veneer. I really do hate that veneer
She know what
because
she's doing.
it's women like her that spread the that type of rhetoric has a pernicious effect on younger women who actually have a chance of pair bonding and being groomed into a wife and having a happy, healthy, fruitful relationship. But women like that are over the hill, they missed a mark. The window has closed on the type of man that she's looking for because she claims she got options. And if you have options, then you really don't have a option. If you have
But
options.
see, this
Yeah, I
is
think
why.
Let
This
me
is why.
women like
Go ahead, Cooley.
let me land.
Go ahead.
One second,
okay, sure.
one second, please. Let
I'm gonna land real quick. But women like that,
interrupted, and then SD, and then we go. I have a
let me
question.
land. Women like that, because it's important. We have young women on the panel right now, and there's women like that that again are permeating these young women thoughts and having them operate out of alignment. You are operating like a 45-year-old single bitter woman and you in your 20s because you're sitting up consuming these type of messages on social media and through the music. And it's encouraging you to amputate yourself from your romantic counterpart under the guise of I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I can live without a man. Well, you can live without your legs too, but I don't advise you to cut that off either.
Yeah, I wanted to say two things here since I've been patient and listening to everyone. And good points, good points. People like Dr. Bryant, what they do is she claims being a pick me is like a negative thing, but every woman is, they are putting themselves in the marketplace to advertise themselves, waiting to be picked. So every woman essentially is like a pick me. The thing is, those type of women like Cheyenne Bryant, when they don't get picked, they don't want anyone else to be picked either. They don't want anyone else to be picked either. So what she does is she manipulates the young women that's younger than her or naive women that's her same age. And she says, well, listen, I'm doing battle by myself. I'm single. I'm independent. I can get any man. I just reacted to one of her videos on Paul Pierce and it was crazy. But yeah, man, she's literally just manipulating the youth of women. And since she's so bitter that she hasn't gotten picked, she doesn't want anyone else to get picked. And then she tries to rain on other men's parade, like the men of value that don't want to pick her. She tries to gaslight and say, well, I don't want to be picked anyway. You are a liar. You are a liar. Now, to the other point that I wanted to bring up here, because I came to a realization that I actually have to break it down a little bit better. So just give me like 45 seconds, if you may. So I think we were going on a play of words. Start the timer, Fatty. I think we were going on a play of words when we're speaking about, Fatty even brought up a great point. Women are only afraid of absolute submission. Like they're afraid of absolute submission. And I think that women are only afraid of absolute submission is because they think that it means control. Now, if we go to the root cause of things, we know that men have the biological monopoly on force, which applies that we can already control. So I don't think that men want control because we have a biological advantage of force to physically control them. So I do think that there's a distinct difference between control and submission. And I think that men want submission. And the type of submission I'm speaking about is exactly what the definition implies. It implies that it's the act of yielding authority. You get what I'm saying? And I think if women realize that, well, if you're submitting to a man, you're not actually giving up control, because he can control you if he wants to. We're physically stronger than you. What you are doing is you're yielding your authority to the man because it's out of love. So I think that submission and love plays perfectly.
I think they are. I think they are both. I just think I can respectfully, right? I don't think women are children. Women are adults when it comes to regular life tasks. They can compute as any man. In relationships, one of them get a little bit silly when they get on their feelings. I would never let them. My best friend, if Ali was in Portugal and he was drunk, I would not let him drive. I don't care how much he asks. We go outside, we get some drinks, he's drunk. I'm not letting you drive. I'm the designated driver. I'm going to take your best interest in heart. I don't care how much you cry that you want to drive and all that. You're not going to drive. Nobody would say that this is not out of love. I'm being controlling, but it's definitely out of love. I don't want you to do something stupid that you are going to regret in the future. I think a lot of women don't see this. Like, we look at them as like this. When you are on your feelings, you are going to be the drunk driver if I let you drive this relationship. You're going to say something you're going to regret. You're going to take a decision that I don't want you to do. So please sit on the passenger seat while I'll take you to the promised land. We're good. It's fine. But I think this is our fault as society. We say all these things, and as soon as we get a daughter, you better protect yourself from this man. They are trying to you. And she listening this for 30 years. And then when she meets her husband, she thinks that man that has probably her best interest at heart, that she's going to try to take something from her. And the reality is, once again, he thinks that he thinks in the bottom of his heart that his decisions are going to actually get you where you want to go, instead of you doing your shortcuts. This is how I feel right now. This is something that I'm going to do just because I'm feeling some type of way. I don't think women can shake that shit off. I think women, just like teenagers, will recognize that 10 years from now. Oh, damn, my dad had my best interest at heart. It was not that he was malicious. He just understood that my feelings were taking the decisions for me. But in the future, he's going to look back and he's going to say, hey, thank you, Dad, for actually guiding me to the right direction. I think women, at least in the moment, they don't understand exactly why that is being done. I think most women that had these men, they kind of recognize it once they get older. Damn, I remember when I was with Cooley and Cooley was telling me to do this, and I didn't want to do it out of pride. And now I recognize that my life will be way better if I actually did that shit instead of just using my feelings to push what I want. And now I'm making for the time that I lost. Go ahead, Ali. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I have a question.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but I think women, certain caliber of women, Ty, that do exist, that are trying to be extremely intentional and trying to put all these pieces together and help sisters as well too. But imagine, and that's why we had these conversations. I give you the benefit of the doubt. The guy yesterday was a pretty intelligent guy too, and he seemed like very intentional guy too. But we can always also say a man that's speaking with that tone, typically women don't go for that kind of guy either. It's yeah, women love the domineering guy, the man who speak with bass in his voice, who do speak with some power, right? I mean, just to be honest, I don't typically see a man like a man speaking with a soft voice. But something I want y'all to pay attention to, you'll see women say, I need my own voice. I need my own life, right? But imagine me coming to y'all going, man, or to my boys, man, she trying to keep me from my hoes. She trying to keep me from finding my wife. I can't go to the strip club. I can't put my hands on her when she don't listen. She trying to stop me from doing me. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, there's women literally that still say, I can't do what I want to do. We need to be able to have our own separate life. I need my own voice. But men are living for their kids and their women. And we're talking about the good men and not the minority, the bad men. Most men get up every single morning, if they're single, to get everything together to finally find a woman. And a man who does have a woman gets up every single day to work for his woman and his kids. We can all agree with that. And when you look at the data, 20% of married men cheating, 13% of the married women cheating, 26, I believe, percent of the single men cheating, 19% of the single men cheating, self-reported, whatever reported. Most men and women don't cheat on each other. So when we had this honest conversation, most of the brothers, Coolies, Whole Face, Fatty too, men in general, when they really on their purpose, is to give it to somebody else. Versus a lot of sisters, when they get something, when they build, it's for themselves. If we're honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I want to.
Men tend to look for people to depend on them when they become financially, adequate. They look for people to depend on them. It's like, okay, I'm on my purpose now. But when they get their finances together, they're looking for the opposite,
Themselves.
independence, to be independent of a man. And I think that's via the feminist movement because they've been indoctrinated.
Watch this, and then I'm giving up the mic. What do you think the world would happen with the world if you give each man $1 million? Versus what will women do if you gave all them $1 million? Just think about that.
Go ahead, Jaden.
So,
Wait. Oh, go ahead. You're going to reply to what he said, or you're going to? Because if not, let Jaden go. Yeah, let Jaden go, and then you got it.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to kind of make a comment of just an observation I had was that earlier when what was his name? Public
Ho Fender.
Yeah, when him and Cooley were going at it about the 18-year-olds, I'm kind of making an observation that the fact that I knew my husband's now 17, I think that helps a lot when it comes to absolute submission because I've noticed just like women that go on and go to college and they get indoctrinated and they're starting to learn all these things and then later they want to settle down with the man. They've already been indoctrinated by the government. And so it is very hard to get them to submit at all. They'd have to, I don't think it's nearly impossible, I think, at that point. But the younger the woman is, and especially if she's with a man that's a little bit older than her, very confident, has good leadership qualities, she'll, learn from him because a lot of things that I even say on here, I've learned straight from my husband. Like, I think a man should, in a way, groom his woman. And my spouse took that very seriously. Like, you're not going to go onto platforms and talk, like, represent me bad. So I think women that get married young that I'm around, they have much more emotional control and they're more willing to submit, especially if the man's older, if the man is older than her.
You know it's terrible, and I'm sorry, SD. I just want to say one thing. I hate when men do these like extremely dangerous rhetoric that a 19-year-old is a child. Like, I hate that shit. Like, I hate it. Like, do you know how dangerous that is for you to keep pushing that shit out there? If a drug dealer sold drugs to your daughter and she's 19, you would want him to go to jail. If a dude killed you or somebody that you love at 19, you want him to get life. If a 19-year-old wants to open an OnlyFans, oh, I believe in woman autonomy. They can do whatever they want. Now you say, hey, I'm 32. She's not. Oh, she's a child and that's creepy. You are the creepy. You are the motherfucker. You are calling your granddad the creepy dude. You're calling most of like generations in civilization creepy. No matter if your religion or your ages, that shit is terrible. And it's crazy how a man can come in and do that shit when he knows that's what women do to kind of make men comply and pick up older women because they can compete. The only way you can get a 40-year-old that can get a 20-year-old to pick you is by shaming him and telling that he's wrong. So now you have to pick your counterpart at 42. That shit is ridiculous. That shit is sad, especially when he couldn't even point out when woman pick. And that shit is crazy. You can figure out where is the pick of woman even on a or like we don't have no scientific terms for yes, white hips means the baby is going to actually have more chances of coming through the woman. Bigger teeth means that you are going to breastfeed the baby better than you. Like, this is literally comproved scientifically. So for so many people, and he's pretending that this shit is pseudoscience when there's groups and studies where they put men from all over the world, different cultures and all that. And as soon as they saw the hourglass figure, they were like, I want that woman, no matter what he was and all that shit. This man is just ridiculous for no reason, apparently. I don't get it.
You know how
And
we know
SD,
they're
I'm
adults?
sorry for interrupting you. My bad. I'll finish the point and then SD.
You know how we know they're adults? That we know that most of these women, when a young woman is trying to deal with an older man, it's because he has some got power and resources, right? But when a young man deal with a woman in school, what do most men say if the kid told? Think about it. If a young man dealt with a teacher, my bad, I'm probably saying it wrong. If a young man dealt with a teacher in the high school or whatever school, most of the people be like, oh, they try to keep it a secret because they already know what they was doing. Most be like, man, why you tell
Oh
on that
yeah.
teacher? Y'all get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
we know
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
the 16-year-old, the 18-year-old, they try to keep it a secret. Why do we turn it predatory when we know that a lot of those women want to deal with those guys because of who they are and what they have? Because a lot of the young women won't deal with the guys their age. They look down on them. They don't respect them. They don't value them. They want to deal with the men that they feel like can give them access to resources, to power, and to a better quality of life and to have fun. They're not even looking to get wives. And you could agree with that, Ty, right? Most women ain't 19, 20, 25. They're not trying to get married. They looking for a good time. They trying to come up. They trying to enhance their reputation, and they trying to use a man to get to another point. Fatty refers it to as Uber drivers. They try to get an Uber driver to take them to their next destination till they get another Uber driver to take them to their next destination. Most of the time, dudes, when they commit to something they actually care about and love, they'll stay loyal to it as long as you don't deal with nobody else.
SD, go ahead,
So
and then we open the panel. Thank you very much, Dark Lake, for pulling up. I'll read the super chats after them, and then we have a last question, and we'll close it up.
So I got two things that I want to touch on. The first one was Jade. Is it Jade or Jada? I can't see it.
Jada.
It's kind of small.
Yes, Jada.
Okay. When you were talking about the husband grooming the wife or whatever, that is, yeah, I absolutely agree with that point that you were making. Like that's the husband's job to groom the wife for him, like she should have been done by her dad in her dad's home. It was certain things that she had to abide by, certain rules, certain ways that he liked his home. And so now when you get with another man, your father gives you to this other man when you get married. And so therefore he has to groom you now for his home. And it's a lot easier when a woman has had a man in her life or a dad that groomed her, because now she can adapt to male leadership better. Because the word groom, a lot of people take this in think it's negative. The word groom means to prepare or train someone for a particular purpose or activity. Look, you coming into my house, you want me to be the leader, you want me to risk my life for you. So yes, I'm going to train you and groom you in the way that I like things done in my home, just like your dad did. That's why your dad gave you to me. So I absolutely agree with that point. Then Cooley had talked about the doctor not wanting the women to have something that she don't have when it came to the man that she talks
Because
about or whatever. Um, this here is why we're called influencers. The power to influence is so detrimental to the black community, right? Chris Rock has a joke that he tells where he says, ladies, it's women out here that's trying to steal your husband. A lot of married men say, hey, when I wear my ring out, women trying to get me. They trying to get you and they trying to take you from her so you can be a husband to her. They not like men that try to mess with married women. Men that try to mess with married women typically don't want her for real. They just want to sleep with her. So it's a big difference. So I say that to say that I've learned on social media that a lot of women don't want women to have certain things that they don't have. So they have these conversations on these platforms. I saw one the other day talking about the man got to have $300,000 man, right? These women don't have a $300,000 man, don't have it. But now they have over 4 or 5 million followers that are 98% women. And then they hear this, and black people, especially the black woman, is the most influenced person in America. That's why they take out Beyonce during a presidential run. That's why they bring out all these here things and advertise everything to black women because they are the most influenced. So now you have this influence on social media of over 4 or 5 million women saying, I need a man like this that's up here in the upper 0.2% of men. And then wonder why they can't get these men when the women they listening to don't even have these men. It's detrimental to the dating landscape and the society. That's why so many of these here women are out here lonely and trying to find a man that they do not qualify for.
And SD, just before Darkly goes, the reason a lot of times the reason why women get victimized is because they didn't have the correct grooming, and people are so like it's just dumb.
Amen.
Like
By their
they have
dad.
the right man in there, the right mentor, the right
Yes.
like they know that like I think it's
Yes.
the first thing that people that prey on little woman and kids and all that is if the father is present, what type of father does he has, if he's a strong father or a
Yeah.
weak father. Like you having a correct type of grooming is going to save you a lot of trouble because
Yes.
instead of having the first life, like the first time you get dealt with an extreme case, the first line of defense should be a man that actually protects you from that shit. So it's
Hmm.
the we are going to take the chains of these women so they can do what they want, and now the people that were in the shadows waiting for them to get free are actually more enticed to do something wrong to them instead of actually protecting them from these people that are outside. It's like you saying uh, uh, is- I don't want to say nothing crazy. I would say like this: is certain type of men that are going to the sheep and saying, "Hey, sheep, that dog oppresses you, right? Like, aren't you guys tired of that dog oppressing you?" And the sheep, yeah, we have to go inside at all these hours. I can go there. The dog bites my hand and tell me to go, but the motherfucker that telling that is a wolf. That's actually the true wolf. He's telling you,
That's the
no, it's crazy. Like you
that's the
guys want to just
panderers.
yes,
The
and
panderers.
exactly. So
That's
it's
what they
fake
do.
empowerment. You are just telling the sheep to go away from the dog, and now the dog is not there to protect you, and now you are in way more danger than you were when the dog was telling you to go inside. So
Right.
But
it's
that's but
ridiculous.
that's why stand
Two
up
points.
men, real quick, let me say this real fast.
Go, my brother.
That's why stand up men don't respect deadbeats that walk away from their children.
That's where I'm about to go.
Right? Most men out here do not champion deadbeats and clap them on and all that. Like most stand-up men, they don't get with that because they know they putting their kids, boys and girls, at a complete disadvantage out here, not only in the world, the secular world, but the education, how they grow up, and in the dating world also. So real men don't respect deadbeats at
So I'm
all.
I'm happy you said that. That's what I was going to, right? When we say he beat women, he a deadbeat, he a bum, he a liar, he was gay. It's because he doesn't have his mama. We don't say it's because he doesn't have his mama. He doesn't have his daddy. It's PTSD. He didn't know better. He's healing. We don't give men grace. We say, hey man, you got to be a real man no matter how old you are, no matter what you're doing. But we give women infinite grace. She's always a woman, even when she's not a woman. That's the problem. And then when you think about it, and going deeper, you got Cardi B, Tia Mowry, Jada Pickett, Cheyenne Bryant, Michelle Obama disrespecting her husband. Now you got
That's
what
horrible.
Tiana Taylor is doing. No, they're not going to stay together. Who is the representation of a good woman for sisters to listen to? Because when I know I keep calling her Claire Huxtable, when she spoke, they tore her up when she was talking about how women should move, how they should conduct themselves, how
Oh
they should be
yeah.
placed people, how they should
Mm-hmm.
speak, what kind of women they should be, so you can get a man. When y'all really think about it, there's infinite grace for women to always be women, even if they're not women. But a boy, a man, a teenager, a man always gotta be a real man. He's obligated to be a man. Our sisters don't gotta be women.
Well, that's because women have a non-exclusive relationship with reality. They're allowed to hide behind their youth and their beauty until they ain't, right? So again, I said this before. As young men, as a little boy, you understand your place in this world early on. If you short, you're told, "Hey, man, you short. You gonna be short. You might want to work out, nigga. You might want to get some money, cause you're gonna be short." So we face our problems head on. I can't really change my height, but I can get some money. I can read, have a dynamic personality, and I have a nice body, and I still get the girl I want. Women get lied to, starting with their mothers, telling them they're special and they deserve the world. You do not deserve the world just inherently. You have to actually have something to offer up that the man you want would want.
Want.
You
Mm-hmm.
can't just be like, "Hey, I deserve this guy." But me and my wife been together 20 years. She has her own career, her own everything. She was with me on my way up, right? And I wasn't always a good urbane person. I used to be what they call a fuck boy. But my wife understood my trajectory and my mindset. And she gambled on my trajectory. Like, I see him going there. He do got a good mindset. He young, he gonna figure it out. She has her own money. When you got your own money, you can be with the man you want, not the man you need. What I try to explain to the young women I mentor, because they just came into our lives in the last few chapters. They wasn't there in the first 8 chapters. They showed up in the last 13 chapters. And I want a man that do this too, 6. I want a man that do that. And I tell them, you're not gonna be able to get a man to do that because you're afraid of the word control, you're afraid of the word cooperate. Do you understand when I come home 3, 4 in the morning, my wife I don't have to toil with her. Do you understand if I text her like, "Hey, I'm hungry," she gonna get up no matter what time it is and cook? Do you know when I come from the gym on a Saturday, the house is spick and span, she up cleaning? These are all the things y'all don't want to do, right? And I have a lot of friends that make money. They're not as benevolent as me. They're a little harsh with the way they move. I'm very nice and okay. But
But see,
some men
can
ain't
I
gonna
ask?
be, wait, some men ain't gonna be like that. You want a man that's gonna provide you a soft and beautiful life. Yet you don't have anything that he's looking for. So when men say, "What do you bring to the table?" This is what we mean. This is what they mean when they say what you bring to the table. It ain't a sassy question. It's like, all right, if I'm gonna pay your bills, I'm gonna make sure you straight. I'm gonna protect our family. I'm gonna make sure that we have generational wealth. Your day to day is gonna be taken care of. This is all what I'm doing. What do I get in exchange? That's basically what that question is saying. But women have took that question, what you bring to the table, made it malignant
Made
and put
money.
a negative connotation on it. You know, my wife plays her part. A lot of these women want to be treated like a child. They don't want to make a vital contribution to the success of their own relationship. They want to use a man as a workhorse. Hey, pay my bills, fly me around the world, but I'm not cooking. I'm not giving you sex, the kind of nasty, good sex you like with joy and glee. I'm not going to be at your beck and call. I'm not going to, my wife's schedule revolves around my schedule.
6,
And
if
this is
I
what I
may.
teach you. Go
let,
ahead.
let me ask Dark Lake and the rest of the fellas on the panel. Explain to me, not to me, but the woman watching. Because, for example, this is the woman on the. You saw the comments, right? The woman on the other side, the public,
The other side of the rainbow.
the public whole fender, right? I want the man on the panel to explain to women that potentially are watching why submitting is not the great thing. Because I bet they believe if I submit to a man, that's the great thing, right?
That's what I
I
wanted
want,
to.
yeah, I want y'all to like sell this pen. Why submitting to a man is not the great thing. Go ahead, Dark Lake, and then we go back to the fellas and the ladies. Please think about it, and then we go to y'all too. Go ahead, Dark Lake.
Yeah, so the answer to Fatty's question for all the women out there listening is kind of in reference to what I wanted to tell you, 6, right? See, the thing is, I heard someone on the show earlier say, well, why do women's chests get so tight when they hear words like control, right? And in a lot of ways, I think that us men should have a similar reaction to certain words as well, because there's been an attempt that we all in the space have been reacting to of people associating predatory attributes with male nature. And we've been combating that, right? So, like, you made a statement, I think to Cooley or whoever earlier in the show, where you're basically made this point that well, submission is control and just accept it, and that's what it is essentially, right? And I think that that's kind of, and no offense to you, bro, but I think that's kind of like problematic, because that's not, submission isn't linked to control. You used an example that your woman, right? She controls the cable provider that you get, right? And you submit to that, right? For all the women out there, I would like you to know that if you can juxtaposition Six's example of his woman choosing and having control over the cable provider, he submits to her control of that, but at the same time, he's not forced to watch TV, right? He chooses to watch TV based upon the cable provider that his woman chooses, right? He is complying with that. It's compliance. So it's not control. It's not a lack of agency that you will be enduring in a relationship with a man. And that's essentially what men.
Well, let me
That's
say this.
essentially what
Words matter.
Wait,
Words,
one second. That's essentially what men mean when we say submit. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, if you think I'm wrong about that.
Words matter. And right now you're conflating control with force. Control is control. And again, we're trying to take the lid out the dynamite because we know that that makes women chest tight. Force and control is not necessarily synonymous. Control is control. And I do have control over several things. See, me and my wife have an understanding. If I'm the head, she the neck holds the head up. We are not equal. And my wife understands that. We're not equal. And that's where a lot of women go wrong at. As soon as you tell a woman we're not equal, she gets defensive and try to prove she can do everything a man can do. The problem with that is she's losing her essence, which is she can do everything a man cannot do. Me and my wife are both equally important to the relationship, but we are not equal. She is not my equal. I am not her equal. I cannot give birth. How the fuck can I be equal to her and I can't even push a baby out if I wanted to?
Six, I gotta stop you.
Wait, I'm gonna land real quick for you. We're not equal. I am the patriarch. She's under my tutelage. Man lead woman, woman don't lead man. That is not the natural order. Now, you have the agency to do anything in whatever order you want to do it in. But if you do it out of order, don't be surprised if you usher in chaos, calamity, and confusion.
Six, I get what you're saying, right? But you need to illustrate to everybody, right? And I'm not really trying to challenge you like that. It's just the idea that I'm pointing out, right? Is that essentially you got to illustrate to us a scenario where there's control without force. If you can do that,
submission is control without force.
Hold on, six. Hold on. Hey, Dark Lake, go ahead real quick.
No, that was it.
Stop. No, Dark Lake, stop. Did I use any force on you?
Did you use force on me?
Yes.
No, I complied with your.
And right, comply is comply is a synonym for submission.
That's the point.
But control is not a synonym necessarily for force. See, you conflating force.
Okay, try to do it again
with control.
No, you're do it again.
No, he's right. No, he's right. That's no. 1 second. He's right because this is what relationships are. One day she chooses to listen. The next day she chooses to listen.
But Dark Lake, hold on, Dark Lake. I'm gonna give it right back to you because I'm talking to you.
I'm not gonna hold on. And I'm just playing. See,
Dark Lake. No matter
no, I'm
what.
showing you.
He's proving the point.
No, it's still control though.
But wait a minute. You can. How
Dark Lake, I actually stop real quick. Right. But you gonna demonstrate your role now, right?
Hey, don't stop. He's a tramp. He's a tramp. Don't stop.
Listen.
Ali and Six. How can you force me to stop talking right now?
Now you do it. No, Blake. I can't. But you were complying when you did value the person that was talking to you. When you were respecting the person that's talking to you. When you see me asking you will benefit you in the long run, you're listening and you're complying. Now it could be temporary. You could switch off. It could be conditional. But for that moment, I have control of you. That's all
true,
the point.
But wait a minute, Ali. control is a state without compliance. That's the point, though. So that's what I'm saying is that you can't
No, no.
disassociate. Go
Explain
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
What you
Hey,
mean?
hey, hey, Dark Lake, did you know if you took your bottom lip and connected it to your top lip and left that
Wait, you're cutting up.
left,
You're cutting
Yo,
up.
you're cutting off. Hold on, let me
You're
fix
cutting
it. Let me
up.
see. I think I know how to fix it. Let me see. Hold on. I think Fatty and them taught me something. Let me see. Edit it.
And also too, can someone please explain to us why we're having this little difficulty in the
Hey,
conversation?
say something now, Six. Oh, no, Stank. You come down and come back up.
I just
Hey,
yeah.
What about
Fatty,
my audio?
you
Is
did
my
the
audio good?
auto.
No,
Yeah, you good.
your audio is good.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
You good.
I just want to say Dark Lake point is
It's
perfect.
a great point.
There's how relationships go.
Right.
And this
It's a
is
great point.
why, and once again, y'all not ready for this conversation to go mainstream. Women control the relationships.
That's
Because
true.
they control when they want to listen to
That's
you,
true.
and they control when they want to rebel. If your woman obeys you, a lot of times it doesn't have to do with your character. It should do if she wants to listen to you or not. So if tomorrow she changes her mind and she decides to be a petulant child, you don't have no force. You don't have no control over it. So that's why Dark Lake is right. You know what I was going to do, Dark Lake? I was going to mute you, but then I was like, damn, that's force. So he's right.
Exactly. No,
He's right. If
that
I
was
don't have no
Right,
enforcement
but
mechanism
you
like
didn't have.
fully,
But initially you didn't have. Everybody's right technically, right? Let's not
no,
all the way. No,
we're
hold on,
wrong.
Fat, let me
No,
finish. And you got it. You finished. No matter what, if the person gives you control, you have control. But you're saying they don't have no control because it's conditional control. You really don't have control. Control. She gives you the She gives you the illusion of control. That's what you're trying to say.
no, it's not. It's not illusion. Is like that's why I was mentioning Cooley because it talks about the force doctrine because Andrew Wilson does that too, right? If you apply that in relationships, if you don't have no enforcement mechanism every time she goes out of line, you have no power. If your only power is leaving the relationship, she's in control of the relationship. So
Right.
if I say, hey, you go and let's have sex, no, nothing I can do.
Right,
Go cook, no.
but that's the same thing as your parents or the people you respect in your life.
It's
They have
different. It's different. You know why it's different? Because let me explain why it's different. You can punish your parents by actually, the woman can punish you a woman can punish you when she doesn't want to follow you, right?
Right.
If a kid doesn't comply to their parents, it is what it is. Like you see what I'm saying?
So let me see if I can bridge the gap between this, if you guys don't mind. So what Dark Lake Image is essentially saying, he's saying that, submission and control are two different things. I don't think any man, we can all agree with a show of hands, I don't think any man wants the woman I don't think any man wants we don't want a woman to be forced into submission, meaning like we actually have to control her to force her. I think every man wants the woman to do it at her own will and her own want to just comply
That
and
would be
obey and
ideal.
follow
Yes,
our
that would be
lead.
ideal.
That would be ideal.
Yes.
So then the word would be, we are looking for the woman to have the ability to defer. Like what the example that Ali gave, and he said, hey, you said something pretty much to I guess to have Dark Lake be quiet.
Yep.
Dark Lake men do not submit, right? Men do not submit to women. What Dark Lake did, he just deferred and he shut up and let you do your thing. And he can always defer the authority to the authority figure, because if it's your show, if you're working at a job, you're deferring to your manager and things like that. When we're talking about submitting is giving up your body and your will, your full authority to another person. That's what I think we're speaking about in Dark Lake, is trying to point out the difference. So when I bring up force, once again, I'm not appealing to Andrew Wilson, force doctrine. I would say Andrew Wilson just made that mainstream, but this is something that I've always spoke about in my podcast before. The force doctrine word, that word itself, those two syllables, he ever even stated it. But I would say that, so since men have the monopoly on force, meaning that we can control, meaning that we can force our will on the woman, we can force our will. We actually want the opposite of that. We actually want the woman to apply and just get on our program, to comply, get on our program, and willingly follow us. Just like God wants from us. We would say that if it could be atheists in here, but people that believe in God, we would say that, well, God can control us, but he isn't looking to control us. He's looking for us to seek him out, to submit to him, and to comply to his authority. You get what I'm saying? To yield all of our authority to him. So I think that's the difference there in between Six, Dark Lake, and Fatty. I think Ali, I guess, what you guys were speaking about. Because there is a difference.
That's the main thing I'm saying, though. In order to have control of the person, they have to submit. So technically, nobody can control anybody.
But it isn't actually control, though. That's what we're saying. So here's the thing, right? So when we have these conversations, and this is why I was so adamant on pointing out the differences. Women, when they hear submission, they actually hear control. But it's actually two different things. You get what I'm saying? Because listen, women, generally speaking, men are physically stronger than you. So if we wanted to, we can actually force you to do anything that we wanted to physically, but we don't do it. And why don't we do it? We would say, well, because men are benevolent, okay, to a degree, but we would also say because men actually want the woman to just comply and get on our program rather than us having to force her to do it. Make sense? We actually don't want to control the woman.
But she controls you. If you still wanted to have your hoes, if you still were trying to look for your wife while you were with a woman, if you still wanted to exercise your options, she would leave you. She wouldn't want to be with you. If you actually, matter of fact, hold on, Cooley. Cooley, most women, like Fatty said, actually are in control of their man. If we want to be honest, they do control their man. If those those men don't cooperate with those women, if they're not complying with those women and taking them where they want to go and helping them with the lifestyle they're looking for, those women are not going to be with those men. So women are controlling men today. Even if you're saying it's not force, the men have submitted to the women instead of the women submitting to men. They are in control of those women.
So this is
what are in control of those men.
Could I reply back to that real quick, Fatty?
Absolutely, go ahead. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
And then I have a question for Jade and Ty. Real quick.
Got it. So what I wanted to say when you're speaking about this, that women control, men control is through force, physical force, or through influence, we would say. So we would say in a way that, women do have the ability to control men in relationships, so far and so forth. We know that those women that are controlling the men in relationships, they're usually not happy, they're miserable, and the man is miserable as well. But that's just moving the goalposts off of the conversation when we're speaking about from the man's viewpoint. Men were actually not looking to control the woman at all. Sex won't even be good if we're forcing it. Like we're looking for something the total opposite of control, bro. It's like it's hard to say. The first authority to the man.
It's cool. It's what, Darla, I'm giving it back to you. It's both. Just like you said, the actual meaning of the word control is the power to influence or direct the person's behavior. You want not only to control it, you want her to be happy doing it. So if when she does it, regardless of whether she's happy or not, that's what men will still say. Look, I don't care if she's pretending. I don't care if she's happy not doing it. You would prefer her to be happy doing it, but you're not going to be with that woman if she doesn't do it, whether it makes her happy or not.
So
remember, that wouldn't be control. Once again, that would be Dark Lake. Once again, that Ali, that still wouldn't be control, because we just all raised our hand and said we do not want to control a woman. We would rather have the woman yield her authority over to us,
right?
Because we already can control the woman, but generally men don't. Men ain't around here raping women. Rape isn't prevalent. Yeah, we have some small cases of it and stuff like that. And we're not saying that that's right. It's totally wrong. But men generally have this benevolent view of women.
Let me ask you a question.
Wanting them to submit to them without having the ability to control them.
Cool.
Like to physically do it or even influence them.
Let me ask you an honest question as a man. If the government gave men, and I'm going to say just you first, and then I'm going to ask the men in general. If the government gave you the power to control your woman and your child, and you control exactly what they're doing, but they're doing things that detrimental to them, if they do things that make detrimental to them and make those choices, would you operate your control?
Well, now you're putting women and children into it. So,
well, take the kid away. If this is your woman and the government says,
I'll have a different answer.
once she submits to you, this is she is your position. the laws change. If she's
Yeah.
doing something that's detrimental to herself and your relationship, you have the power to control her. Would you fight against that law, or would you think that law is beneficial?
And what do you mean? You mean by physically control the woman?
Yes.
Yeah, so physically controlling the woman, I would fight against that law.
Okay.
Because why would a man, we already can do it anyway. We already
Right.
can do it, right?
Mhm.
So, and we can do it in ways where it's,
No,
we
we
can
can't.
influence the woman. Real quick.
Okay.
If it's not, because we have to distinguish the word control. Control is physical force or it's influence. So I would say men already in some ways are doing the influence aspect of controlling the woman. Influencing the woman in a way to gain some control, whether if that's negotiating with her to get some control. And I would think all of those ways are beta. You don't really know if the love is genuine because you're trying this some way to like influence to garner this attention from her and so she can adopt and then get on your program. I think that when it's more submissive and what men really want is for the woman to just relinquish and just defer and just yield her authority to the man. Then that's how we know this chick really loved me. She down for me. But guess what? We do have the ability to physically control her already. So
Well, I was going to say,
we're not looking for that.
Yeah,
We're
just
not
if I
looking
could
for
add
that.
it real quick. If a woman ever asked a man a question, right? Well, how do I know you don't want to control me? Or how do I know you're not trying to control me, right? If she's asking that question, that's the proof because a man could already do so. So if you're asking it, right, it means that the man doesn't have that outlook on submission, right? I think that's the easiest way to cue in on that.
Yeah, and I would
So
say in some ways, real quick, control is you said that if the government gave us, men some power in some aspects, control will be a good thing. I would say I would definitely control. I would get rid of abortion. I would get rid of, feminism. I would get rid of, a lot of things that give all of these rights to women where they have no obligations. Women have these rights, but they're not obligated to do anything to society, to give back to society. So, in some aspects, to your question, Ali, I just don't want no one to clip this up and be like, "Wow, Cooley is saying that he doesn't want to control anything." I would say that, nah, not actually. When we're speaking about dating and relationships, though, no, I don't think a man even wants to control the woman. The love wouldn't be genuine, and how would you know that it's genuine?
Yes. So what I want to say is like we're talking about ideally. That's ideally it's not reality. So in the perfect world, I'll love my wife to actually conform to me without me having to do something like punishing a kid, right? I don't want you to put me on a naughty corner, right? See what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. I want you to actually do what you need to do, have your life, pursue your dreams and all that. But if we're going to be honest, especially in the West, women can do whatever they want. They can disobey their husband. They can be negligent towards him, the kids, and there's probably no consequences because the laws of the land are going to protect them from um, um, uh, problems that would appear if we were, for example, in Africa or in the Middle East. So when it comes to control, you can control people without consequences, right? That's for the most part that's what it is. That's what puts people actually in one is fear of consequences, because respect is going to go a certain type of way, love is going to go a certain type of way, but fear is the ultimate deterrent. Me being afraid, wait until your daddy gets home, is a gigantic deterrent from me not doing something stupid, and it doesn't work with the woman. So I'll say it again. Ideally, this will happen, but for the most part, most men lose control by 1,000 concessions. Most men know, if they've been on a relationship for a long time, that we use concessions as a mechanism to stop fighting, right? My woman is nagging me, I'll do what she wants. My woman is crying, I'll do what she wants. My woman is on a bad mood and they give me a silent treatment, I do what you want. And by the time that you actually notice, all these concessions to stop fighting gave her the absolute power, because she knows every time you don't do what she wants, either you deny sex, you do the silent treatment, you do all of that, and she now has control of the relationship because it's either her way or nobody in that house is going to be happy. So my question to Jada and to Ty, right, while we kind of wrap it up, will be these, and the fellas have the right to respond. if you don't want to do something that your husband wants you to do, is there anything you can do about it? And is there anything you can do about it? Can we be honest about it? And let's start with Ty and then Jay the last. Is there anything you can do about it if you tomorrow wake up and decide, you know what? This is not what I want anymore. Love this dude, but like, what can that man do about it, Ty? Other than leave, because we know,
I was gonna
just leave.
say,
But
yeah, he
other
decide
than
to
leave,
leave.
man staying, yes. What can he do?
He could decide to leave. He could try to bargain like other women do, right? Like you gave up the example of women will take sex off of the table for a man to get her way. He could use that against her because women also do not like, especially do not like to be rejected when it comes to sex. So he could take that off the table for the woman. I don't think men really do that, right? Realistically, there's not a lot that they can do. But he could do that. If he's a provider, he can stop providing certain things for her so that he can get what he wants out of her. There are different ways that he can leverage what he offers and brings to the table outside of just leaving, I do feel. But I don't think realistically, Fatty, that men actually do it. Women leverage more, right? We take things away to get the reactions and to get the outcomes that we want from men, and men usually do not do that. They will just submit to what the woman needs or comply to make sure everything just functions in a peaceful manner because it's easier for them. They don't feel the need to go back and forth with the woman. They don't feel the need to create another problem in their world where women got time, right? They'll do it.
You don't think it's because we care more?
I could argue in some instances. I have learned and from these conversations, it has grown on me more that you may care in a different way. What I will say is men are more selfless, where women can be more selfish, right? So we will tend to put our needs and what we care about in the forefront, where men will put the family's needs, the bigger picture,
So who
in
loves
the
more?
forefront instead of your own.
So who loves more? If I'll pretend to be happy to be with you and you'll pretend to be happy to be with yourself, who loves who more?
I could say men may love
Come on,
women
Ty.
more.
Come on,
I
Ty.
think men love more selflessly. So yes, men will love more, right? The way that they show love, the loyalty is there.
So tell me
Way
what
more.
demonstrate. Tell me what demonstrate that most women love men more.
What demonstrates that? I would think the thing that I think is at the top of my mind would be the sacrifice of their bodies, right? And bearing their children shows a different level of love. And let me explain before y'all frown up and get upset. Because I get it. No, let me finish. I'm not going to say that's what shows that women love you necessarily more. Let me rephrase that whole statement. I don't think that's what shows that we love you more. It's just what's at the forefront for us. And because it's so detrimental to our bodies, even though our bodies are naturally made to do so, women die, right? Literally, you're going through almost the closest thing to death when you bring a man's child into this world. So that amount of love and sacrificing yourself to do this for this man is such a huge factor. That is the closest thing we can say to a man sacrificing himself for his family, because you would die for your family. And that is us showing that we would die to give you what you need, right? We would die literally to birth your children. So that's why it's always hard for me to say like who loves each other more. I think we love each other differently, but I do understand and I will acknowledge that a lot of women, instead of it, especially westernized modern women, are way more selfish, right? When it comes to how they decide to love men, where men can be more selfless.
But Ty, If you were right about that, she would give the child to the father, and she would make sure the child cooperates with the father. She's not sacrificing her body for his child. She's sacrificing her body to have company and to have her own single family. Because if it's what you're saying, if she truly sacrificing her body to have his child, she would make sure she listens. And if she don't want to listen, she'll make sure the child listens to him as well too. These women are making men fight for the kid and fight for the direction of what the kid will go. So I would agree with you if she said, this is your child, and you control every direction this child goes because this came out of your loins and I gave birth to your child. But she don't even let him have that. He has to fight for you. He has to fight for Ty, and he has to fight for his kid as well too, to the point that if it gets so bad, he'll just go end up starting his family of his own because that's not even his child.
And he can't control it. But Ali, I still feel like you're speaking about this specific she, right? We're speaking about this specific prototype of women, and all women are not encompassed into that woman. Jada is a clear representation of a woman. Hold on. Jada is a clear representation sitting here on this panel right now, a demographic of women who do submit themselves to their husband. I doubt that she would have a child and not allow her husband to be the controller of not only herself, but also her child. There are women that are like that. I get it that there are also women that go against the grain. I get it. I see it all the time, especially on social media.
I agree.
You know, that's where you see those women who don't allow that, but that's not.
So first of all,
the norm.
So first of all, how my delivery been?
I don't care about your delivery. Your delivery is fine for me.
Okay, number 2, Black men and Black women had the highest marriage rate from 1860 to 1960.
Yes.
If what you're saying is true, that most women aren't like this, then 71% of our women would be married versus 71% of our women being unmarried, Ty. 71% of our women hold on, let me finish. 71% of our women are unmarried. And 70% of the children that are created are out of wedlock. And this year alone, 1 million children were deleted, and 30% of the kids that were deleted was from our women. So not when our women go, oh, we birth your kids, our women are deleting the kids. So if they love the kids so much, and you know what else I thought about, Ty? Think about this. Sisters will say my body, my choice when it comes to them, right? Why they don't let the female fetus determine their body as well too? Why don't they just delete the male ones and then let the female ones live and let the female fetus determine if they live or not?
Well, all embryos are all embryos are female until they're intimidated with semen, and you don't know that early in gestation if it's a male or a female. All you can assume is it is probably a
when
female.
They know. So I concede to that. So when they know it's a female,
right? Then that's too late, right? That's too late. You shouldn't even be having an abortion at that point. It's actually kind of illegal at that point for you to even be doing it.
But you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but it's so layered, right?
Can I? No. I actually.
Listen,
I'm giving it back to you. No, I'm giving it right back to you. If what you're saying is true, wouldn't 71% of our women be married?
No, and let me explain why I'm giving that answer. Right? Let me explain why I'm giving that answer. You stated that marriage was prevalent and large in the Black community up until the 1960s, correct?
And Black women finance man's education in the 1950s. Our women were financing their man's education so they would be the best, the most educated, have the most money. The Black woman was financing his education too.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you because Black women have always.
So what's the difference?
Found a way to do things, but I also think there are more layers to this, right? We also have to take into consideration the government and how they started manipulating our communities when it came to our Black families' welfare, for instance, and taking Black men out of the households. Then when you take the Black man out the household and you only have the Black woman and the child, right? Then you start to manipulate how that child is actually grown up, right? They start teaching those children, the women specifically, start teaching those children and raising them on survival, right? Rather than actually raising them with a mentor to be there. Now, if you're raising young men only by women, now the men are different. they don't even have the same ideologies or mindsets that their fathers did because their fathers weren't in the picture. We also have to bring in the crack epidemic. There are multiple different layers here that you have to add into this situation, and it's not that it's just women fell off and now
But where
everything
did
just went crazy.
I'm with
There are
I'm with you.
multiple different factors.
Where did we change? If 58% of us are living with our kids, 72% of us are involved with our kids, we still love women, we still sacrifice the women. You admit men are still loyal, they will give up themselves for the women. Where has the black man changed when he's still hey Ty, and I say this over and over again. Ain't nothing a man gonna crash out for still on these panels, off these panels in real life over a black woman. Black men are crashing out every single day over their women. They love their women. I don't care how close we are. If I love you, I love Jada, and little black book says something, that could be my best friend, and man, F my best friend. Men will get rid of everybody around themselves still for the love of their life. Men still love their women.
And Ali, I don't want to deviate from the point, but the back and forth is based on a fallacy. Woman want kids. If you didn't have kids with me, you had kids with another person. Like it's like the sex thing. Oh, we do it because we love you. No, you love sex. The same like you love sex. If I put Michael B. Jordan in front of it, you don't think he was a flavor. You would want to do it. Like most of these women are having kids not because of the men, but because they want kids too. And the mortality rate when they are getting kids is so negligible that nobody thinks that your mom is going to have a kid and you're not never going to see her again. It's like 30 in 100,000 births or something like that, which is like it's a crazy number. How far we came from. There's like there's like a 30% chance of your mama dying on the table to
It's higher for black women, right? Like
I know. Do you know the number?
Specifically, no, I don't.
The number for a black woman is 69 in 100,000, which is probably 0.000069%, which is negligible. It's more probably you get in your car and you die. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not. I don't prove my love every time I get into a car. I understand there's some risk to get into a car, but for the most part, if you look at all the things that women say they do for men, and now they love you. Oh, if I love you, I won't have sex with you. Do you love sex? Yes. If I don't love you, I would have a kid with you. Do you love kids? I want to have a kid. So even the bare minimum is about women. It's not about us. Like when we get single, aren't you fucking other people? When I'm not there, do you want more kids? So by the time that we put everything,
that's the chance of a woman.
Yes, 0.0 like that.
If she has a baby.
Yes,
and women keep perpetuating it and keep saying certain women, but when they want to have a kid, Ty, they'll go, "You should have wore a condom."
Yes, and just to kind of wrap it up, right? Do you think if a man went to a woman and said, "I need you to do something that has a 1% of cause of death, so this relationship can be better," most women will call that shit oppressive. While they go under the knife to get teats, they go under the knife to get BBLs. They change all their facial features. They walk on motherfucking heels that are going to make their legs hurt. Like woman existence a lot of times is pain. Is you get in your hair a certain type of way. You dress in a way that is uncomfortable. You're putting things it's being a woman is pain. It is what it is. It's a part of life. But when a man comes in and a man says, "Let me make your life better," or let me make your life easier, if I don't come in and make your life easier the way you want your life to be easier, not my way, right? Not my way. Not me saying, "I'm fatty, I have this and this and this and that. You being with me is your life is going to be easier on this and this and this and these points." If women don't get their life easier their way, that's the Uber reference of we're going our destination and I'm on the passenger seat, right? It's kind of like we're still looking for it. See what I'm saying, Ty? We're still looking for it. And if you can revoke that at any moment, right? And this is for Jada. If you can revoke that at any moment, is our power just virtual? It's like I am the CEO of my company, knowing for a fact I'm not the majority owner. So if my shareholders one day wake up and decide we need to get this motherfucker out of here, I'm out of here, right? Like, what do we have actually real power in relationships, as men say in this space? And then I want to welcome Little Black Book into the show. Thank you very much, brother, for
No,
being
you
here.
can't talk.
I appreciate you. Go ahead, Jada.
Yeah,
Control.
no, I think we've talked about it before on streams, but like laws would actually have to change to where men have the control back. Certain laws would have to change. Like again, I agree with like abolishing abortion too. Um, that would be first and foremost. I also don't. I believe women voting as well. I don't really see the benefit in it. When we seen just this last election, how majority of women voted for Kamala Harris when she showed that she was not a good she wasn't going to run the country well at all. But they voted for her off of emotion. So basically my point is that I think laws would have to change for men to have the control back and have power back. And yeah, that's my.
But I'm gonna give it a little black book. What if women genuinely loved and cared about us? Y'all have an abundance of options because we really love y'all and care about you. Ty and Jada, y'all got options out the door of any type of man y'all would want to be with. Actually, honest, and y'all know it too. You know it. If your man mess up, who's next? Like it's like Coming to America. F you, and F you. Who's next? But it's really disheartening if you can only get to a woman to listen to you. Me and Fatty debunked this now, and other men probably too with the red pill talking point. Even though we still believe in red pill, that if you get the pick of the litter because of what you have, and that's the only way you can control her and money. What do you have? And why will most women, if most women never actually like the man and only like you for what you have, that's why she never really picks the man. And we only get y'all temporarily because of what we have and money. So how many of us will actually be loved, Ty? And Ty, I know you keep saying that, but if I have to establish myself, get a car, get a house, have all these traits for you to temporarily be with me, but in any minute, like Patty said, you can go, you know what? I don't like this Igga no more. Y'all don't really like us like that.
But that's not true. I feel like even Six just explained, like in his relationship with his wife, she was established. She helped him. That's why I feel like I run into way more women that do things like that do not put a value on men just from the money that they have.
Hey, Ty, can you stop for a second? Wait, that's actually problematic. You know why? Because he said he ain't shit, and instead of choosing a man, one second.
Say that.
No, I know, not you. Him, he said, right? So think about what the man is hearing. Listen to this, right?
Okay.
Let's imagine that you have 70% of the male population that will lick the bottom of your feet. Because this is how we've been raised. We are kind of simps. We try to accommodate the woman. You know it, right? The attention that you get, for the most part, is men that are desperate to get the sexual crumb, right? They'll do anything to get it.
Okay.
You have 7% of the population that is willing to do that. And then you have men like Six that were on the street, that didn't have the pot to piss in, that displayed the outwards aesthetic of masculinity. But when you actually go beneath the surface, he was a bad man. This is what women call a bad man. He was a man that was doing things that are not going to actually be beneficial to a woman. So if yes, so if we see, Ty, that you are going to put all your money, all your attention, all your resources, all your love, all your sex to that man that shouldn't be touched because he himself said that he was not on the right path, while the 70% of men that are trying to lick the bottom on your feet get rejected, you are proving that y'all are rewarding the bad man and playing Russian roulette because you don't know if that man is going to be reformed or not. So the point is this. She was lucky. She got with the man, and that man changed, and now they live a luxury life, and they have a bunch of cars, business, and all that.
Okay.
Most of y'all complain about the same man because he didn't change, and I thought I could change him, and I invested in him. Most women blame about that guy. So,
what are y'all looking for, though?
No. Ty. Hold on.
Listen.
No, Ty. You can't go. Ty, you can't go away his point real quick. This is what he's asking you, because we keep asking women, should we believe what comes out your mouth, or should we believe from experience? This is what he's asked Ty. Would most of you rather be with a guy that goes, Ty, Jada, I would do whatever you love to do. Anything you want, I'm gonna do for you. Or would you be with a guy to go, I ain't gonna do a damn thing you won't want me to do. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, and you're gonna get on my page. What do most women attracted to?
The second one.
Yeah, they're more attracted to the second one because they
So what?
want
So
the
stop real quick.
leader.
So stop. No. That's
But
not. No.
that's not the point I was trying to make. Can I say this? Because
Yo,
y'all were just saying, hold on, y'all were just saying that women only want to go for men who have money, and you have to be established. And if you're not established, that's what Ali said. He said the women
The
want to
talking
go for
point
the
I'm
ones
talking
that
about.
have money, and if they're not established, then they don't want to go for them. The men have to build themselves up first. But I gave the example that Six did not have to build himself up first. She got him when he was in the gutter, when he was still a work in progress. The good thing about good women is that we can actually see the potential in you before you even necessarily realize that you
are
have the
you a good
potential
woman if you
yourself.
pick a bad man?
So she saw the potential in him. He ended up being a good man, so he was a good
No,
man.
no, no,
He
no.
was in a bad place.
No, sorry.
So hold on. She saw the potential in him. Let me land, Fatty. She saw the potential in him and decided to stand by that man's side, regardless of what everybody else had to offer, because that's who she loved. She cared about him genuinely. The argument is that women do not care about men, but when we literally show that we care about a man for him, who he is, regardless of what he has, and we're willing to stick by them, that's also a problem. Like what do y'all want from women? Do you want them to only go for men with money? Do you want them to only go for simps? Do y'all want them to be with a man from the bottom until he work his way up and see the potential in him? What do y'all want?
I will tell you.
I kind of agree. I agree with Ty just a little bit, just because like fathers can also confuse their daughters, where they teach their daughters to marry a certain type of man as well, because they want that woman to have security. So I think I kind of actually agree with Ty that it can be a little bit confusing now as an adult to like, what do I submit to? I'm being taught by my father, I'm being taught in the house that I need to be with this sort of man, but then also we're supposed to love them unconditionally even when they don't have anything. I will say I agree with the confusion a little bit.
So there's no confusion because y'all know exactly what we're saying. Women have a dual mate strategy. When they're younger, they fuck the guy that makes them wet. When they're older, they fuck the guy that has resources. That's literally what the women do. They will date the guy that is hot and attractive and all that. And then when they get to 30, if those guys keep breaking their heart, they can keep them and all that. They will go for the guy that is established, the guy that is already on the finish line. Most of these women, unfortunately, don't want to actually race with you. What we're telling is, go fucking run the race with the good guy. Go run the race with the faithful guy. Go run the race with the guy that come from good families. Go run the race with the guy that actually is making shit to deserve your love, deserve your sex, deserve your submission. So we are not saying for you to not build with the person that has nothing. We are saying for you to build with the person that ain't shit. And that's who you pick. You pick the guy that ain't shit, and you do Russian roulette. And if he gets it, yeah, we made it. And if he doesn't, you don't. We are telling you, 1 second, we are telling you so you don't be confused that yes, you should run the race with the man that you love, but you shouldn't give yourself to the man that didn't do nothing for deserve you other than make you wet. And this is what women do. They will pick a horse that makes them wet because for whatever reason they're attracted to the horse, even though he actually is on a negative side of the spectrum, not on a neutral, not on the positive. They are not going to school to be something. They are not starting a business. They're actually outside. And then we have two motherfucking ways to get you to the good guy. Either this guy never amounted into nothing, which is most of y'all, and now you are scrambling around in your 30s to find somebody that is actually legit to take care of you, or that man breaks your heart in such a hard way that you'll never find somebody that you truly love because you only see them as long as you don't hurt me, as long as you pay the bills, as long as you take care of my kids, I am okay. So you go ahead and do what you need to do, baby. That is not what we asking. Pick right and fight the fight with him. Don't pick a monster. And then when the monster bites you back, says, I believe in the monster. When there was 100 men trying to get you that were monsters at all, you just like the monster better than you like those men. So this is
and
very
I have to
clear,
address
very
Jada. I got to address what you just told Ty. Y'all agreed on this. That's not true. your mama and your daddy will tell you to pick a man that's just not like him. And Fatty
Yes.
talks about this all the time too.
And y'all will say to your daughters to
Your
not
mom
pick
and
that man
daddy
too.
will not tell
Yes.
you to pick the monster or the guy that makes you feel good. Your mom and your daddy will both tell you to pick that good guy. And guess what? Both of y'all know too. You ain't listen with a damn thing daddy said, and you ain't listen to what mama said either. You're gonna pick what you believe is good for you, and you're gonna
Yes.
pick the right guy for you. Because every time we come on here, hey, why were you? Oh, that was the right guy for me. That was the right guy for me. So, do you know how to pick a guy? Yeah, I know how to pick a guy. Well, what kind of guy? He was a liar. He was a cheater. He was an abuser. Why didn't you pick the good guy? Boring, predictable, too consistent. Know what's gonna happen. You know what you get with this guy. Feel like he's a pushover. Feel like you can walk all over him. But the guy that says, "Hey, you gonna do what I want you to do, and I ain't gonna listen to nothing you say," is the guy y'all go for.
And Ali,
And I don't. Sorry.
Jada, let me just say this, and then you got it right. You know what's funny, Jada? Me and Ali was having this conversation on the last 5 days. All these women that say, I picked the monster because I believe in him is the biggest motherfucking lie. They are looking for an excuse to why they pick the person.
Right.
Oh, because I believe in him. No. The monster made you wet, and now you are walking backwards to, like, he's like a man, right? Oh, I love her ass. I love her titty. So now I'm going to walk backwards to find excuses to cuff this woman that didn't deserve me to cuff her on the first way. This is what women are actually
I
finding.
thought I could change her. The similar to a guy's. I thought I could change her.
It's the
I thought
same
she
thing.
changed.
Yes, it's the same thing. This man is so attractive and I want him so much that now that I got him, I'm going to do it just like a man that cuffs a hoe. Now I'm going to walk backwards to justify why I cuffed this hoe. The reaction is, it was your libido. It was the way that it make you feel. It's the way that he actually, there's nothing to do with.
He don't have to do nothing for you, but that should be applicable to the good guy who may just be average, don't have that much, where he shouldn't have to do all these things for you. You actually just like this guy. But that's how I say we're different. We'll like the 3, make her our 10, just like Fatty talks about the guitar. We'll like the unattractive, well, that's the unattractive woman. We'll pick the woman that most men don't want to pick. We'll pick the cooperative woman. We don't need her to have a big booty, big breast, have the best anything. She'll be our best woman. But for some odd reason, women will pick the guys that they like and make them feel good, and then talk bad about all the guys because those guys didn't listen to them. But you have an abundance of men that will do anything you want, whenever you want, however you want. But then to justify why you won't be the guy with the guy you want, and to justify why so many women aren't prepared to be women, have responsibilities, they'll go, I'm not going to be with a guy unless he has $500,000. I'm not going to be with a guy unless he's 7'3". I'm not going to be with a guy unless he looks like Michael B. Jordan. I'm going to die with the man that I want, and I'm going to die I'm going to die for this unicorn. And it's unrealistic.
And I completely agree with that. Like, the general population of women think like that. I was agreeing with her on the fact that she was talking about finances, just because that can cause a little bit confusion, I think, for some women, of like, okay, they're telling us to pick the man that makes money. But I agree that you're picking the good man.
He's the good guy. Because the other guy got to make money. The good guy, it's the talking point. Hey guys, if you make a lot of money, you can get the pick of the litter. So the guy goes, dang, I got to get money to get her. But this guy go, man, I ain't got to do it.
No, flip it. No, but flip it. Is Jada, is we listening to your words? You are not going to get me like that. You have to earn it. And then they give it yourself to a man that didn't earn it. I'm sending you flowers and I'm saying, Jada, can I take you here? And I can do that for you. Ugh, fatty. Ugh, it's so icky. Always sending me, man. And then you are signaling to the general public that for me to get you, you have to earn it. So all these men are trying to flock and to actually get you and do like breaking their back to get you, while little black book comes in by the shadow, mysterious. He's about that life. He's not doing that. And that man usually gets rewarded when he kind of didn't do nothing to actually get you. So I don't think it's confusion. I think women know exactly who they should be with. I think it's their feelings that overdrive the logic, meaning I have this guy on my phone willing to take me to the moon if I ask him to, but my feelings are not there. Why do I get the notification and I'm like, ugh, oh my God, it's so. And then you have this dude, that is nothing. He doesn't do nothing. But when you see the notification on his name, whatever reason your brain lights up crazy. Oh, it's like Christmas, right? That's the man that women are picking.
It's
Not
the
because they believe in them, but because they feel it. They feel like it. You see what I'm saying?
It's
I
the
think
shoot
that's
for the moon. You know, the shoot for the moon and you'll land in the stars. That's what women do. They shoot for the moon, but they know no matter what, if they miss that moon, they got an abundance of stars to land in. And they feel like they're mortal. And they have an infinite amount of choices to make until they lose their so-called value. But even then, you still got a chance. Like you're immortal for a long time. But if you shoot for the moon, you got all these stars that you still land on.
Well, wouldn't that mean that these women are all kind of picking men based off of their own like self-esteem?
What
And
public
like
defender? Public defender
self-esteem
said it.
meaning
He was calling us shallow, but you know what's men are consistent. What we think makes a good woman is a good woman. What we think is a bad woman is a bad woman. Women make invaluable men valuable and valuable men invaluable when they feel like it. It's so dangerous. That's extremely shallow when you make base a man's value based on what is best for you, not actually what he is and how good he can actually do for your life. It's what's good for you at that time.
Right. Because like once again goes back to the father in the house, because based off of the father, my father will show up, my father will call me every day, and he will spend so much time with me, and he values my time. And so then you pick based off of like what your father kind of brought up in you and your own self-esteem. So you end up picking that same guy, which tends to be the good guy. If you had a great father and a great leader, you pick the same guy because that's what you're used
It
to.
don't happen, no.
Absolutely.
Little black book, no, it
Absolutely.
don't. It's not happening like that.
Jada,
no
don't
more.
worry. You got it right, Jada. These two dudes here,
it doesn't
they
happen anymore.
absolutely.
like this,
It's
but
called
Jada,
pattern
Jada.
recognition.
No.
Absolutely.
Hey,
It's
Lil
called
Black Book, I
pattern
got you.
recognition.
Lil Black Book,
You
let me give you a
recognize
3-minute
patterns.
monologue. I'm going to ask you something, Lil Black Book, right? This
Lil.
is like
You love it,
Lil Black
Lil
Book.
Black.
I
You make
say,
the show. Come on.
I swear,
Lil Black,
I
you
swear.
gotta make the show.
Lil
Go
Black
ahead.
Book,
Go ahead.
my question is this, right? And this is why I'm telling that the power of the man being eroded so much that it doesn't even work anymore. Lil Black Book, how many women with good dads that you met that had a good education? The father was there. He was a serious man, a respectful man, and they saw you on a motherfucking Afrobeats night in UK, and they were like, "Lil Black Book." You dance them out of their motherfucking panties. You should do like this.
Look
How
at
many?
smile. Look at smile. Look
This
at him.
happens all the time.
I'm laughing because that's actually not my reality. My reality.
Because you are a good guy.
Hold on. You asked me a question. I remember, I'm a person that recognizes patterns. That's something I actually study and I actually try to observe a lot of times. So anytime I've encountered a woman, I've looked at the pattern of where their life was and what they actually encountered. Because I have a very similar kind of background where I have two parents, but I'm also aware of the fact that because my dad not emotionally connected with me, how it affected me. I have a bit of what we call avoidance. Right, it's an attachment thing. So the woman that I was meeting out there, that I was encountering, may have had a father in the home, but the father was actually emotionally distant from the child, which is where the sexual aspect, where me and that person would meet. Now, that's what I actually witness a lot of times. The people that are on the streets, if you brought them to me, most of these people have an avoidant attachment.
He didn't ask you that.
Or an anxious one.
No, he didn't ask you.
Huh?
No. Little Black Book. Listen again.
Yeah.
Let's say most of the women out there didn't have fathers. Did you run into women who had fathers, and when you talked to them, you said, "Look, I'm your daddy now"?
No, I didn't run into them.
No, I
didn't. Listen. I'm laughing because you guys make me laugh. Listen, I don't need to panic because this is what I do for a job. No. I genuinely do this for a job. So the people that are coming to me are not coming to me most of the times when they got a good father and good mother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So there's always. I'm saying that you're asking me about my own personal experience.
No, Little Black Book. We being intentional, right? We're not talking about the women who didn't have daddies. We're talking about Fatty asked you, were there women you ran into that came from a 2-parent household? A good 2-parent house. Don't talk about the bad 2-parent household.
No. I wasn't running into women who had a 2-parent household.
So
Yeah.
There was no woman you ran into that came from a 2-parent household that was healthy.
No, and I think that's a thing to do with me. That's not an indictment on the women. That's an indictment on me. Because I'm looking for a certain type of energy.
No.
It's not. It's on me.
You know
Here's why it's on me. Because there are those people. The women are there, right?
Yes.
I encountered 2 of those women, and I didn't even do anything with them because I found them boring. So what you have to realize is it's an indictment on me and my picker, just like it's an indictment on those women that you just said are picking those type of men. So you follow a pattern of recognition. You recognize a pattern and you sing the same song. So I was looking for a certain type of energy. I'm not looking for the people that got good boundaries. I'm looking for the ones that got bad boundaries. Why? Because I got bad boundaries too. I like the fact we get to dance. I like the fact we get to play. I like the fact we're gonna use sex first before we even get into a relationship. I like the situationships. So that's when I recognize a pattern. I looked at all the women that I was encountering. They had the same environment. Either a dad was missing, or a mum was too mean and skeptical and nasty, or the fact they had two parents in a household, but the parents were actually distant from them. And when I asked them a story, because I already did ask people their stories as well. I was an emotional F boy, so let me just be honest with you. I asked them their story. Yeah. I was an F boy at some point. So I asked them their story, and the story was exactly the same. It's either your mum is the one that's an issue or your dad's an issue. It wasn't a good household. That's why you're on the streets. So it's a pattern recognition. If you have a good background, you have a much more higher percentage of making a better choice in terms of a partner. Now, are there people that do mistakes? Yes, but they're not the majority.
Let me just say this to Jada so Jada can understand this, right, Jada? Jada, like Ali knows this. I'm adamant about the kid shit and the married shit. These women don't go away, even though they have good parents, Jada. I'm literally telling them, hey, there's nothing over here. Like you are 29, 30, 31. Your time is ticking. There's nothing over here. There's literally nothing. And these women that actually have parents at their house that came from good families, have good brothers and all, they don't listen. They want what they want. And when they don't like, this is what actually causes women to do a tremendous amount of mistakes is they go for what they feel is right. Like the fact that I can say, I think Ali, for example, is a stand-up dude, right? And Little Black Book too. Nothing will stop them. Nothing will stop their daughter or their son at 19 years old because they're horny and about it to go to college and to fall in love with the guy that has all the woman. Ali can kind of control it. They can give a good instruction and say, hey, your dad values woman this way, so you shouldn't go ahead and do A, B, C, D. As soon as these kids are out of the house, there's nothing you can do to stop them because we were younger once. We had these women that came from good families, had good grades, were good at school, they studied, they had a great future, and all of them, just like the bad woman, fall in love with the same guy. So
Can well, real quick too. I just have a question. Like I'm just thinking about something. Like what are these parents telling them? Are they telling them to go to college and telling them to be independent? Because in my household, all of my siblings are married. All three of us, we are married, and our parents actually in our household valued marriage more than college for some reason. And so we all got married quite young. My brother, my sister, and me. And my sister's the youngest out of all of us, and she got married too.
So I watched different psychology.
Ali, just before you go, the average woman is married just 29, Jada. And this is what we're saying. You come from a very particular environment where your reality influenced the way you move. Your parents and then your sisters and then your brothers. So y'all are moving on the same direction. Most of these people, they don't have that. They don't even fuck with their auntie. They come from either good families that they don't see eye to eye, shady families. As soon as they get that leap of freedom, their first instinct is not, I'm going to show this guy that I really like to my dad. Is actually the opposite. I know this man ain't shit. If my dad see it, he's going to smell it. So I'm going to try to avoid as much. So then when I come to my dad and we are 7 months in and all that, hey dad, this is a Little Black Book. And now I kind of, like you said, I'm saying, try to make sure that he's accepted. But for the most part, these women, Jada, they are not trusting their family judgment to actually tell them what they do. Because I'll give you my example. Sorry, sister, if you're watching. My sister got a kid with a guy that had 3 baby mamas. When we met him, it was too late. We if he came to our house, we will know immediately. Hey, come on, man. You know this. You know what's going on here. You know what's going to happen. She deliberately didn't do it because she knows that we as men will actually smell it and say this is a terrible mistake. But you know what we actually got to have to deal? Now we have to deal with the kid that is here and the father of 6 baby mamas, whatever the fuck he's doing, is not here. So we have to kind of correct him and manage him and put him on a masculinity position so he doesn't get lost. I think most women are going to think like that.
Yep.
Most are not going to do what your family did, Jada. So Why you
But
call
So
didn't
first one,
before
so
oh,
Jada, first
yeah.
one, if you really think about it, none of us are really like our parents. Like we're like a little fragments of our parents. Most of us, like we might have learned some ideals, learn their religion, learn their communication styles, watch how they loved each other. But most of us are not nothing like our parents if you really think about it. Second one, the environment impacts us way more than the household impacts us. Even if you have an intense and powerful connection with your parents, if 20 people are telling you, hey man, you don't need no man. Come out here, do your thing, be independent. While your parents are saying, listen, learn how to be a submissive wife, learn how to be a cooperative wife, learn how to be the man your man needs, and make sure you pick this type of guy. What happens in most environments, the most of the kids get compromised and they fall trapped in the environment. Will there be kids that take heed to their mother and other families help them get connected where they might introduce you to another family that has a son like that or daughter, vice versa? Yes. But for the most part, most of us are compromised by the environments. There's things that I do that my mother and father would have never done. Fatty
Same thing with me.
and little
Same
black book.
thing with me.
Matter of fact, there's things that I do, even certain things that come out my mouth, I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed in front of my mother and
Yes.
father,
Same
even
shit.
not around them, but in front of people, it's like it's nothing. So I know I'm like, yo, I'm nothing like my mother and father, and I'm
Yep.
nothing like my grandparents. But the environment and the way they socially engineer and program us is impacts us far more than the household can. That's why when I was getting older, a lot of parents used to be like, oh, the parents need to do better. It ain't the school, it ain't the government. No, it's the government, it's the school, it's the TV, it's the radio, it's the entire environment versus you and what you teaching them. They go outside and go, dang, outside ain't nothing like you. Outside ain't nothing that you taught me. I think this is reality.
And Jada, just to be clear, I'm going to use myself. Parents, 45 years together, never starve, everything paid, all good, no major trauma, no nothing. You better not date a white woman. White woman, white woman, white woman, black. Brazilian, 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 white, 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 black. Brazilian, Brazilian, white, black, black, white, 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 white. Hey, you better not steal. Younger kids at the Game Boy. I wanted another one. Let me go ahead. I see a locker room open. Let me take another Game Boy because I want to play Pokemon. Like, I would tell you that I start to resemble my parents in my 30s. It took 30 years for me to understand exactly what they wanted from me. From the point that I was born until before the pandemic, I would say 28, 29, I was not doing nothing that my parents say, stay at home, son, go ahead and have a family. Nah, I'm going to go to Dubai real quick. Hey, stay at home, son. You need to work and save your money for now. Let me go to Rio real quick. Just because I want to. Like, we unfortunately, and I think this is Western society, for whatever reason, we are conditioned to resent or to kind of rebel against the shit that our parents told us to do. And some people don't fall to that category. People that have good families, people that meet each other on the regular and they actually are eager to be with each other and all that. Most of our families, when people say, hey, there's going to be a meeting because sister something, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe I have to be with my family for Christmas. I can't, let's see, I'm saying it's a burden. So commend you for actually getting a family unit that moves probably the same way. Most of people, including people that have good parents, if our parents knew what we were doing, Jaden, like if they had the visual, my dad will have a heart attack. It would be great.
Which I'm not
Man, hey
disagreeing with
fatty,
you.
yeah, that's true. Whew.
I'm not disagreeing with you because again, my environment did start to shift the way I was thinking, but
Hmm?
based off of what I've learned growing up, it helped me to come back to it. And then
Hmm.
also because it always made me come back to it. Oops, sorry. It
That's
always
fine.
made me come back to it. So I think still like your upbringing with what your parents do instill with you. If you do go out and you do rebel, you'll see the truth in it. And then obviously because there was a couple of things I did do different. Like I was homeschooled through high school, so
Hmm.
I was refrained from also seeing certain things and being like I wasn't in public school. And even when I did go to public school, the kids were having sex and they were losing their virginity and so much was happening and that was affecting my mind. So like nowadays people are trying to go back to like the nuclear family of like homeschooling their children because they see that their environment is taking more of an impact on them.
And Jed, this is what we like. Again, this space has a lot of things right and there's a bunch of things wrong. The point that the people that are raising these kids are so arrogant to think that by the time that girl is 14 years old and that son is 14 years old, and their hormones are literally saying, go jump on that woman or that man, and the validation they crave by their peers is lower than the validation they crave for us, is crazy. Everybody went through this at the point where you wanted mommy and dad to love you and to say how proud of they are of you, to I want the validation from that girl because I love her, and she was the validation from that guy because she has a crush on him. I think people underestimate that, and especially when you put people in public school, if they want to be a part of the popular groups, if they want to be acknowledged by the big booty Keisha that makes them feel some type of way, they will trample of everything their dads actually told them to do, their moms told them to do, because again, we fall victim to our feelings. I feel I want that, so fuck what my dad say. It's not logical for me because I'm not being logical right now. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword that goes from parents, not double-edged sword, but it's kind of like a transitioning situation where you go from looking from validation from your parents to look for validation from the outside people that you want to be a part of, and then when you get later older again, you want validation either from your parents back again, your wife, your husband, or the people that you have around you that actually care about you. I think most people go through that phase. Jada, I have a question for Little Black Book. We're going to read the super chats, and then I'm going to send everybody to need donation.
I just wanted to state that then it kind of goes back to a little bit, and Ollie, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, I love listening to yours as like opinions and perspective, but wouldn't that go back to what I was stating earlier, that the laws would need to change? Because if
They
we
have to.
change, they
Yes.
would have to change to where their environment now looks exactly the way it's supposed to be. So
Yes.
if it goes back to the man has the control, then that would fall onto women looking up towards men, and it would go back to that because once again the environment is shaping and the laws that are out there are shaping women's thinking. So
Yes, they have to. We see it work. For example, on the Middle East, I don't think those women are miserable. You see what I'm saying? I don't think they're miserable. I think they actually they look at society, says, "Oh, God damn it! Look at those men in the West letting their woman walk half naked. I will never want my husband to let me do that, or my brother, or something like that." Their worldview is completely different, and I'm not talking about the fundamental Islam Middle East countries. I'm talking about countries that are kind of a little bit westernized now, but they still have the same kind of foundational beliefs and morals. For example, people that are not in Dubai per se, but on the Emirates. You see what I'm saying? Where they still have a lot of these traditions and they still are a little bit modernized. When you look at what we have right now, Jada, there's nothing you can do. There should be a mechanism. You guys remember Morpheus from Matrix,
mm,
right? Like a Fishburne, I think is the name of the actor, right? A man of that stature should be able to control if his daughter is going to be a porn star at 19 or not. This is what happened to him, right? This man has hundreds of millions of dollars, has stature at the close family and all that, and his daughter, because he was going to rebel, she literally decided to be a porn star, right? Man, I don't care how liberal you are. I don't care for the betterment of these people. Men should have at least a recourse to make sure that this shit doesn't happen on the first and second instant. And if she wants to keep banging her head on the wall, you go ahead, baby, you got this. But for society to have these men raising these kids, raising the Will Smith son and Will Smith daughter, and let them express whatever they want to express and all that. By the time that you're ready to do your job, you just committed a bunch of mistakes. You have a bunch of trauma. You did a bunch of drinks, a bunch of drugs, and now we're talking about the betterment for society and the better for you when you weren't raised like that. You are an individualistic person looking for individual things that make you happy. So, yes, the laws would have to be changed. I don't think women trust men to actually enforce those laws because I think most women think men are going to abuse that shit, and I don't even think that men trust other men to enforce that. So there's another story for another day. Is let's do these laws, But I don't know if Fatty is going to handle the power the same way Little Black Book is, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if women are literally complaining that they don't pick the right guy, what happens when that right guy looks at you and says, "You know what? Nothing is going to happen to me if I."
You said something in there though, also bringing back, then if not laws, shame. The fathers would, you would know that if you were to do certain things, that the family would be ashamed of you. So that would also keep you from doing things that would bring the family shame, right? So for me, when I started to do things that society was telling me to do, and I was doing these things that my family was looking down upon, and my siblings were literally like in these long-term relationships, and they were valuing marriage, it brought me, like, actually now I feel left out, and I want to be, and same for my brother and same for my sister. It kept us in correction because there was shame in the household, like, where they're going to
Yes.
look down upon you. So I think also, though, some two-parent households, as healthy as it is, they don't shame their child for going out and sleeping around. That's another thing. There's no shame. They come back and they're like, we still love you, and all this other stuff. There's this coddling in it, and I didn't get coddled. Like, that's why, like, I finally got to a place of just correction.
So Jay, the problem with shame is that it doesn't work anymore. Shame worked
And it
like
shouldn't.
this, right?
Yeah, that's
Shame
true.
is shame is like this. We live in a village. You probably know, like I live in the neighborhood, right? So if one kid went missing, everybody would know by the time, like by 4 p.m. Everybody would be looking for the kid and all that shit. I remember going outside with my bicycle. Just hey, this morning I grabbed the bicycle and just go for. And then I come back at 7 p.m. and everybody's looking. Oh my God, when your dad sees you, fatty, right? That is done. We don't know our neighbors. We don't have an extended family. We don't have the grandma. We don't have the auntie. And matter of fact, we can do this now long distance, meaning when a woman was a hoe, when a man was a wife beater, when somebody was an alcoholic, shame worked because everybody in the village would shun upon that behavior, right? Now a man and a woman can go do that shit in another neighborhood, in another school, in another job, in another whatever, and they can come back home and you'll never know. There's actually the problem with social media is that it gave you so many options that most of these women are not being hoes on their neighborhood. Nobody touched them on the neighborhood. Nobody. But if you go to the next neighborhood, you have some stories about her. If you go to the next school, you're going to have some stories about her. So even though it will be, it's fair to say, yeah, shame should work. It doesn't work anymore because I can be the most egregious person right now in internet because this is I'm streaming for American people and be the most degenerate, reckless person ever, and then turn off and go meet a Portuguese woman and she has no idea what I'm doing here. Same way with y'all. Y'all can have a woman in LA do the most debauchers, like just go crazy, grab a plane, go to New York, get a man, and nobody, her family, nobody has any idea of the things that she was doing before. So the shaming technique, unfortunately, doesn't work anymore because you just can change location, change your color of your hair, change your nose, change your ass, change everything. And now people think you are big booty Jada when you had 3 BBLs in LA. But because you are new to New York, who knows? Nobody knows. Who knows how you look and how you behave and all that. So it doesn't work anymore. Little Black Book, super chats, and then we move along.
A lot of this stuff, man, needs to be talked about on a perspective where there's some nuance in this. Look,
Oh,
first and foremost, like I said, the way that we're trained, oftentimes, that's why the Bible has a very powerful scripture: train a child up in a way to train a child up in a way to go, and he will not depart from it. Meaning, there is always an opportunity that child goes awry for a while, but it comes right back to the training. That's like when you go to the army and you train that way, you might go off for a little while, but you're gonna come right back to that army training because it's a period of time of your life where you've built up discipline. You don't go away from that training. So the reality of the situation is when people go off the rails, bar there being a few, just like there's like a few narcissists in the world, right? Bar there being a few, there usually is a root cause to certain behaviors that people actually execute and actually exhibit and actually portray a lot of times. So like you guys earlier on were talking about submission, right? The submission is not the issue. The issue around submission is the way that people demonstrate it. I've seen it poorly executed, very much poorly executed, that it becomes a force. And that's why the word has an association. It's what we call association. People start associating. If Fatty starts stealing, I don't need to steal. I only need to hang around Fatty for people to say, associating myself with Fatty now looks like I may also be a thief. I may not be a thief, but the word submission has an association. So what has to happen is that there has to be a rendering and a reframing of the behaviors that align with submission. First and foremost, I don't even ask a woman if she wants to submit. I don't frame it that way. I say, first and foremost, I live my life in this particular way. Can you live that life with me? If you can't, leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. No problem.
Can
You know
I
what I'm
ask you
saying
this
to you?
question real quick? Is
Go
on
for
the
it.
topic because we asked this to the fellas before they left. How can you explain to a woman that you are looking for submission without looking like looking the meaning? You see what I'm saying? Because a lot
Yeah.
of women have these. This is the meaning. How? Why are you telling me to be submissive? Right? How can you actually present this idea to a woman like without she, instead of going for the meaning, going for empowerment? Like, oh, I feel empowered that this man trusts me. Da, 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 da. Like, how would you go about that? How do you do that? And then you can answer if you have the answer.
Yeah, no. We have to. I positively frame how I talk about my situation. You know what I'm saying to you? First and foremost, I call myself somebody who is a leader, which means first and foremost, I am subject to someone. My subject is to God, first and foremost, which God has principles. I honor those principles. I am subject to that. And you should watch me, and I'll tell you as well. You should watch me and watch my behavior. If I'm not honoring the God that I serve, don't come into my life and think that I'm gonna honor you. Because if I can't even follow my leader, I'm definitely not gonna treat you the right way. You get what I'm saying to you? Because I'm showing you that I can't even submit myself. So first and foremost, that's what I always tell people. Number two, the way that I lead my life, I lead my life and live it in a way that I would want someone else to be able to. I treat people the way I want to be treated, in a sense, right? So if I know personally, first and foremost, I don't like being spoken to in a very rude way. As a leader, I can't tell you not to talk to me rudely and then show you that how to behave by being rude to you. That makes no sense. If I mirror your behavior, I am not leading you anywhere apart from round in a circle. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Then at that point, you're leading me. So when my leadership is about, if I'm doing something, I'm showing you rather than just telling you. That's how I lead my household, because I've always, if I looked at how my dad used to lead, he would tell me, don't leave your shoes in the living room. And then we'll get beaten for leaving our shoes in the living room. And do you know what happened the next day? His shoes will be in the living room, blood. And what that does is that for an individual who sees that, they see an incongruence in your leadership. And that's when you start getting called out and you look like a hypocrite. And now actually, you are actually breaking the trust in the person following you. Just like if I was at work and my boss told me, make sure you're here at 9 o'clock, and I see him strolling at 10 a.m. every time, I'm going to look at him like, wait, hold on, why are we following these rules? My brother can't even follow the rules himself. Nobody wants to follow bad leadership. Nobody wants to. And it's not cute, it's not funny, it's not great, it's not nice. And when you do want to follow bad leadership, it's also a sign of the person's bad followership too. Because why does that person not able to identify this person's not a great leader, and I don't want to lead, I don't want to follow this person, and I don't want to go where they're going to, because I'm looking at the values that I hold, and they don't hold the same values. That person also is looking at going, why am I being incongruent? That's how women end up in bad relationships, because they actually have never seen good leadership before. Now, I'm not blaming just men. I'm blaming women too, right? You have to be responsible for your life. So if you've never seen good leadership, you're not going to it's going to be very difficult to identify the good traits in a good leader. And do you know what's really powerful? All of us have been at work. We've worked underneath a good boss before, and we've worked after a crappy boss before. And we know exactly how it feels when someone's a good leader and someone's a bad one. When they're a good leader, everybody's excited to be in that team. Everyone's excited to be with that leadership. If the leader comes in and says, hey, can you do this? You're like, cool, I'll do it. Why? Because you respect that person, which comes with trust. And that comes with also the person having a set of behaviors as well as characteristics that over time have been proven that this is a good leader. I've seen the results. I've seen how they move. I see what happens. So I'm willing to submit myself and say, okay, if you say go left, I'll go left. That's what's supposed to happen in relationships. Now, am I saying that men should just prove themselves to women? I'm saying no, lead your life accordingly. We should see the results. And I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about characteristics, values. I'm talking about the way that you live your life on a day-to-day basis. Some of us as men are crappy leaders. Honestly, you're trash. You are absolutely trash. You can't lead a person out of a bin bag. I'm sorry, you can't. And there are trash women too who don't know how to follow anybody else. And those trash people should see each other and go together. And those of you who say you're better and you definitely have good leadership skills, then you should be able to spot people, because you're in recruitment. Start recruiting better. And if your recruitment's bad, you need to look at yourself and say, why am I recruiting bad? It's because you don't know the values that are required in somebody to follow you either. So it takes two to tango on this particular basis. You know what I mean?
Can I say something too?
Yeah, Jed, can you say that's final thought, Jed?
Yeah, he
Let,
sounds
let me play the video so we can have like just a time breaker. Just 1 second,
okay.
and you can answer to it.
Well, show's over. Hope y'all enjoyed it. But nah, don't dip yet. We still got them final thoughts coming.
Y'all really tore it up tonight, huh? But don't dip just yet. Let's hear them final words. Hey, that's it. Show's done. Now shut the fuck up and let the panelists speak. It's time for final thoughts.
Go ahead, Jade. I'm sorry.
I want to say that Little Black Book, he sounds what you said is exactly what my father and my husband has taught me. Everything you said. And I think that's exactly why I would say for myself, I will submit till the wheels fall off, like till death do us part, because there's such humility in what you just said too. It's like that's where I learned, because earlier today we talked about absolute submission, and my husband has even taught me, and same with my father, if they're not submitting to Christ, you first of all you're submitting to a man that follows Christ. Therefore, if he ends up steering the wrong way, you know that at the end of this day, his heart, he loves the Lord and he will come back. So a woman that's submitting to a man that has no upper authority at all, how can there be any return? Like, you know what I'm saying? You're just submitting to a random man that's not even submitted to anything and doesn't even know which way to take you, right? And part of submission, the way I've heard this, is women are under the mission, like you're under the man's mission. And if he has a mission, which it's if he's submitting to God, God has ordained and has put him on a mission, you're submitting to that. So even if he leaves the mission, you know where you're going because he's taught you, like, hey, this is the direction we're going. And that's why you continuously tend to the garden. And if he does like start rebelling against it because now he's in a dark place or whatever has happened to him, he's got insecurities or the enemy's attacking him, whatever is happening, you know that at the end of the day, you've submitted to the mission at hand for the both of you, right? So I agree with everything he said. And I think that's where absolute submission, the whole purpose of this conversation, like the whole purpose of this stream, like comes in. It's like, exactly what he said. What are you submitting to? And I just loved everything that he said. He sounds exactly like my husband and my father. So with everything he just said, I've heard it from their mouths.
Thank you very much, Jade and Little Black Book. I'm going to read the super chats, but before you go, I will say this, right? Y'all are right when the person that follows understand what good leadership is. And you will notice this, that either be on YouTube, business, family, these people only deem you good leader when you're doing what they want you to do. You see what I'm saying? And that's just a massive problem is I will submit to somebody and I deem you a good leader, not because you are doing what's best for me, you are doing what I want you to do. As soon as that person departs from the things that I want to do, either waking up too early, either like as soon as they do something that is not, I don't feel like it's something that I want to do, that person will be deemed a bad leader, even though they are not doing nothing that actually deserves that acronym, right? So it's a lot of times is you have to recondition these people to kind of understand that a lot of times the people that they chose as a leader, either be your coach, either be your pastor, either be your father, either be your husband. A lot of times you're not going to understand that in the short term. We're going to have no idea that is good for you, and that will actually take time for you to register, either be a month, a year, or 10 years for you to understand where they're going. Because right now, I will guarantee you, and this is again the Uber analogy, these women are not looking at leaders as, oh, damn, it looks like a respectable dude that I can follow. They look at you as a workhorse. They will see you walking on the street and they will see that you're going to Paris. And because they want to go to Paris too, they will mount on you and they will go and ride and ride and ride because that was the destination they wanted. And as soon as that donkey or that workhorse deviates from the Paris destination, they will hop off of that shit and get another one that is going to Paris. So is about, are you submitting because you trust this person that has your best interest in art, or are you submitting because this person is doing exactly what you want you to do, and as soon as they stop doing, are you staying or are you going? I believe that most women, as soon as you start telling them no, no matter how much you show them that you are competent and reliable, they will rebel. They will try to pull the horse back to the direction that they wanted to go. And if you don't do it, they will go to their friends. They'll go and say, this man is not a good leader because I want to go left and he was want to go right.
Oh, wait. Can I add that? Wait, hold on, because that's important what you just said.
Hmm?
I expect you to rebel at some point. You are a human being.
Yes.
Right? So at some point, you're going to think you know better. And this is something I wrote. Something I wrote on the way to cinema. I wrote this: insecurity is moving before you act. It's moving before you get the chance to think about your actions. Insecurity comes in your as a leader, right? Your leadership is tested in the moment that, for instance, your partner decides they're going to choose their own path. Right. And in that moment, when they choose to do their own path, what's my choice going to be? Am I going to try and force you back? Or am I going to tell you, listen, I don't think the road you're going on is a very good one. I can tell you now where it's going to. It's going to lead here. But you know what? If you want to go down that lane, I'm not going to stop you. You go. When it crashes and it falls, do you know where you're coming back to? Me. I don't need to force you anywhere. Good leadership also understands there are some times where I need to let you make a decision that will actually cause both of us even to fall. But I'm going to let you know that even though both of us could fall, I want to let you know that I'm still going to pull us out of the situation. We're still going to come together. Because at the end of the day, I decided to make a pact with you to say, for instance, I'm talking about marriage, by the way. I made a pact with you to say, it's me and you. That means we are egg and spoon racing with our legs tied. So if you decide you want to go left and you're forcing it, I'm going to have to go left at some point and go, do you know what? You go. When you fall down, and I've told you this is the way that you shouldn't go, I promise you now, she will come back. Let me tell you, I had an example of this. I had a girlfriend a couple of years ago. A situation where she wanted to sell her car, and I've never sold a car before. I have no clue about it. And I told her, listen, babe, listen, you can sell it, but let me just be honest with you. I don't know anything about cars, but be careful how you're selling it because some people out here are scammers. She said, cool, she wants to sell her car, but she was in a rush. And I saw the rush, and I said, when people start rushing, they start making mistakes. I just said, babe, I'm here. I'm not gonna interfere. You do what you gotta do. She started trying to sell his car. Then she started telling me about who the person she was in the car to, and I said, I don't like what this sounds like. I said, babe, slow it down. I don't like what it sounded like. No, it's fine. You know, she was thinking about the money, right? Because she wanted to get the money. And I said to her, babe, listen, just chill. She said, no. I said, okay, cool. I took my hands off it. I went back on my laptop and I was typing up, and I said, okay, but just inform me what's happening and what's going on. So she was informing me. As she was telling me the story of what the person was saying, I said, this is a definite scam. I tapped into Google, and lo and behold, the script that the person was saying is exactly what I saw on the internet. Do you know what happened? Before she sold the car, I said to her, listen, stop. Because I said to her, here's a script. The person saying this, and this. She said, yeah, they said that. And I said, okay, give me the phone. Let me speak to them. She gave me the phone. I spoke to the person. It was a scammer. It wasn't a real person. And when in the end, the guy ran away because obviously once I called him out, he ran away, right? She when I say this woman changed, when I say she changed, bro, let me tell you what happened. The girl ran to the kitchen. I'm not playing with you. This is exactly what happened. She ran to the kitchen and said, what do you want to eat? I'm not saying she hasn't cooked before, but the speed of her running to the kitchen, do you know what happened? What happened was this. I didn't force you to change. I didn't crush you to change you. I didn't try to cajole you into changing. I told you I'm still here. And when I saw that it was getting to a really scary place, I got involved and I said, hey, let's stop this. And I was proven to be right. In that space from then onwards, do you know what happened? Even when she was changing her internet provider, which I don't need to be consulted, she started consulting me. When she wanted to buy a new car, she consulted me. When she wanted anything now she was going to do, she consulted me before she did it. Did I ask for it? No. But what she saw was that when she was about to make a mistake, I didn't try to force her into a lane. I just said, listen, I've got your back. And oftentimes what people don't realize is when you're in a relationship as a leader, there are times where you're going to lead and you have to be authoritarian. But there are other times where you have to be democratic. There are some times where you have to be transformative. There are other times where you have to lead by example in what you're doing. As a leader, you have to learn there are different seasons for different types of leadership. If you don't understand that, what you do will frustrate them. So when you said earlier on about people come from a two-parent household, what people do not take into account is that in two-parent households, just like in one-parent households, doesn't mean it's healthy. And a lot of times people think because there's two parents there, they were healthy. No, when you actually speak to the person and ask them what their experience of what their mum and dad was, you'll realize, for instance, someone comes from a person who's got a father as a pastor. And they're like, oh my God, like you came from a pastor. Do you know what they didn't realize is that the pastor, first and foremost, spent more time at church. The pastor was more involved with the congregation than he was with their children. The pastor was actually controlling because he had to keep up an image, he never allowed their child to do anything. Couldn't make mistakes, nothing. When you're not allowed to make mistakes, you fear making a mistake. And then you actually go to the opposite side, which is, I don't give a heck anymore, and you want to go wild. So you have to realize that it doesn't matter whether you have two people in a household. It's about healthy leadership. And that comes when children observe a father figure responsibly holding the power that he has in that household and wielding it correctly. The way that if you're telling me, Fatty, now, Kojo, mute your mic, you know what I'm going to do, Fatty? I'm going to mute my mic. Why? Because I respect your leadership. So if anybody sees me on Fatty's panel, they're going to see that, oh, Kojo respects Fatty. If I just say, now, I don't care, Fatty, you're going to see that I don't respect you. But because I like you and I respect you, I'm going to follow that leadership. You've never disrespected me. You've never been rude. You've never mistreated me. So why do I need to respond incorrectly? So you know what I'm saying to you? So we have to understand that our position as a head is about understanding that the body responds to whatever you feed it. So if you are the head, you've got to look at what have I been teaching the body, because the body is responding to the head. The brain is not inside the body; it's inside of the head. So once you feed the body, you have to be aware and conscientious that as a leader, you are responsible. And that's what I'm saying about leadership. It's not about forcing anybody. You lead by example.
I have to. I'm sorry. I have to say something. Just that was such a Christian perspective because I rebelled in my marriage. So it was by his love of Christ, and he said, "Okay, you want to." And I'm not saying rebel of like doing something crazy, but just rebelling in my emotions and not wanting to listen to him and all of this stuff. And part of me submitting to him was that he realized that what a good leader does is he showed me like, okay, you want to do that. You're going to see where your life goes. And if you don't want to submit to my authority and that you don't want to trust and see that what I'm saying bears good fruit and that it will help you, go ahead and rebel. And then when I did rebel, I saw my life come crashing down and I was like, okay, you're right. I was wrong. And there was this level of just forgiveness that also shows the love of Christ of like giving me grace as well in that period. And times also switched right back where my husband went through a season of rebelling too. And because he modeled what that looked like, I'm able to, sit back like a good wife and allow him to go through whatever he needs to go through too, and submit to him in all areas. But he showed me that in his leadership. He showed me that I've known him for 10 years. He showed me that in the very beginning of my marriage that like also what submission looks like is I submitted to you by basically sitting back and letting you rebel, but also telling you that this is wrong, this is bad for you. And obviously he had his own boundaries and there was consequences for that, but he showed love of Christ when I came back and I repented and I said this was wrong, this isn't how I should have acted. So I agree with him. That's also helps with a woman's submission too, and just vice versa. So I loved that perspective, very Christian perspective.
Yes, it as me myself, I can afford you to. I can afford to rebel, and I can afford to have you rebelling. I'm not on the type of time anymore. I'm as much honest as possible. If we are building on YouTube and we decided to do X, Y, and Z, you go rebel. You go to rebel on the other side of the road. Some things are not going to the door is not going to be open, especially in a relationship. You picked me for a reason, and I get it. If I'm doing something that actually hurts you, if I'm putting my hands on you, if I'm doing something egregious, you have all the right to say, no, Ferry, this is not what I agree upon. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you are showing that you're not trustworthy. But if I'm not doing that, and I have to let you allow to go ahead and to have your face and all that, the door is going to be closed because it's either my way or the highway. Respectfully. The same way if my parents got mad at me when I was younger and I didn't want to follow them, I will be out and about and I'll be surf couching for the rest of the year, right? I believe that some people truly deserve to actually be followed, and I believe that a lot of times the people that deserve to be followed are the people that concede the most. When you actually care about people, hey man, Little Black Book is cool, man. JD is cool. You know what? These are not supposed to be the rules, but if they ask me something, you got it. I don't care, right? So if I'm the type of person that when you are being grateful, when you actually caring, when you actually going out of your way to make sure I'm good every time I concede because I actually care about you, and you still feel the need to rebel when I say something, or you feel in some type of way that I don't approve, to me that shows that you shouldn't be in my life, period. And that will be with my woman, that will be with my friends, that will be with, like, we have a plan. I bite my tongue a lot because Ali tells me, hey, Faye, chill, bro. Like, y'all don't know that Jada saw like the adulterate part of Faye, like the kind of calm and collected, I might go off, but I do it because Ali says all the time, hey, fatty, chill, don't do that. Let him. And you know what? I lower my ass, says, you got it, brother. It is what it is. And he does the same thing with me because we care. But on the day that Ali comes in and says, hey, fatty, I need you to do this. This is not negotiable. I need you to do it. You know what I'm going to say? Hey, bro, you want me to jump super high, short, like this, just a little hole? I'm going to do it because I develop a level of credit. I develop a level of trust. When a person comes to me and says there's something that is not negotiable, hey, man, you always at my back, so I'm going to jump. I'm a little bit fat. I can jump as high as I can, but at least I'm going to put the effort on it. The day that I say, nah, bro, I'm not jumping. The day I say, nah, Jada, nope, not doing it. Hey, little black book, nope, there's no. I think that shows not that I wouldn't call that rebellion. I call that selfishness because a lot of times I feel the show should go a certain way. I feel that we go to a certain vacation spot. I feel, and I get resentment. I feel it. I'm like, damn, why are you asking me that shit, Ali? God damn it, let me punch him. Like, look at him punching. Like, he's talking crazy. He's calling his names. Let me do my job. And I feel like I feel a little bit of resentment because I'm like, why are you not letting me do what I want to do? And then I go ahead, I go to sleep, I wake up the next day, I call him. You know what? You're right, man. That was a great decision. I shouldn't have done that. I think people should compute their emotions like that. I think women, and especially women,
Fatty,
or
what did you just say? No. What you just say there?
use the word.
You wake up, and you
Yes,
realize it's a what?
that was the right decision.
Thank you. Now, if it's a wrong decision and he does that consistently, would you follow Ali after that?
Still, yes, happen
You
all the
wouldn't.
time.
I guarantee you, if your show kept on going wrong, if your show was going wrong, and I'm not saying wrong, I'm saying
happens all the
like
time.
it goes sideways. I'm talking about that you start losing followers, all that kind of stuff
Happens all
happens.
the time. Happens all. Hey, little black book. Happens. Oh, hey,
Okay.
I'll say this and I'll leave you alone. Ali is the nicest person I know. At some point of time, there were people on this space that were calling us PDF files. That was calling. Oh my God, they were going crazy on us just because they felt like it, right? And you know what Ali said? We should be peaceful and we should go ahead and we should make sure that these people, like, we don't want no enemies and da 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 da. Everybody jumped on his neck. Ali, you are super wrong. There's some things that we can go back to. It is what it is. They said what I said. I agreed. No war, but respectfully, we're not going back. And you know what happened? Next time Ali says, hey, bro, the public offender is here. Just be mindful and let him talk. Not because Ali, I think he messed up on that situation. I still trust him because we build a level of credit. So you might be good 7 times, you might miss 3 times, but because those 7 times are way more valuable than the times that you miss, I will give a level of credit to Jada, to Little Black Book, to Ali to say they made a mistake, but that mistake wasn't intentional. People need to learn, people need to adapt. So I'm still going to maintain the level of trust when they tell me, hey, Fatty, just be careful with ABCD, or Fatty, can you do this and this and this? You see what I'm saying? So I don't think women give that grace to men. When a man fucks up with their finances, when the man loses his job, when see what I'm saying, like the grace that you're talking about, it gets in so, like, the ice is so thin, even though that man proved you for 10 years in consecutive that he actually knows what he's doing, but now he messes up. You see what I'm saying? I don't think most women have this notion of credit like you all are going to tell me they have, because for the most part, a woman thought is, for the most part, what have you done for me lately? Right? I know 17 years, but I'm not happy for 2 of them. What have you done for me lately? A person that believes in credit would stay for a while and see if they can actually do shit. Why did you not do? You don't believe in that? No. Then I just want to make sure. You don't believe that woman.
I don't agree with the premise of it going
what
where
have
you're
you
going
done for me lately? You don't believe in that?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying that you're making it as if like that happens a lot of times with
That's
women.
the majority.
That's
the majority.
I see the opposite. I see the opposite. Now, again, I see the opposite with bad partners, though. I'll be honest with you. I see the opposite with bad partners.
Perfect. Hey, brother.
I won't lie to you.
That's
but
perfect.
I think that proves their own.
A little black book, and this is what we're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Cardi B will let Offset cheat on them 7 times before she does something about it.
I
Let
agree.
her pick a good guy and see if she has the same level of tolerance and credit for the
But
good guy.
would you pick Cardi B though?
I wouldn't pick Cardi B, but what I'm
So
saying,
no,
no.
would a good guy should a good guy be picking Cardi B?
No, you shouldn't. But there's a
So then
point. No. But
then there's
the
mute
point is,
because you
she's an
shouldn't pick someone like
no,
that.
no. There was a illustrated example. You know why I use Cardi B? Because it's somebody that I
Okay.
know. I believe that the regular woman, and we talked about this before, the regular woman has the broken wing. I'm going to fix the birdie. The birdie can fly. I have all the empathy for this birdie because he can fly. And she will literally nurture him, give him a chance, give him time to get back on his feet and to do whatever he needs to do to fly. As soon as a woman sees an eagle, there's no empathy anymore. There's not, let me help this average man, this random man, to actually let me concede and let him make mistakes so we can get to the right place because he's regular or because he actually is above average. This type of empathy that you're saying exists in women, but women usually use it to actually go down. They go down the well, they rescue the puppy, they rescue the broken man, they rescue the man that is not good at finances, they rescue the man that is homosexual. The man that already has it usually has a very, 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 very short fuse. Not short fuse, but like the short rope. His rope is not as long as the guy that is actually fucked up. So if you flip it, as soon as this woman actually get a guy that is the average or above, they don't have the same type of empathy. They don't have the same type of rope for them. Absolutely not. There's
I have
most.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Like the woman you're talking about, right? Then the
Mhm.
the woman that men want typically in the Bible, it says that a man that finds a wife finds a good thing, which means that
Yes.
woman is very rare, which God specifically shaped and molded and cultivated her to be this very selfless woman, this servant woman, which means you need to be a type of man that God would align your guys' paths to come together where you are
Mhm.
deserving of that woman. So that would mean this is what I've been taught,
Give me
right?
just a second, Jada, because I'm listening. I have to go to the door. Give me just 1 second.
Okay. What I've been taught is that if you're not getting a particular thing or you keep attracting a certain type of woman, just like for men, if you're attracting a certain type of man, that means that you're actually dating at your bracket. You're dating exactly based off of yourself. If you're attracting selfish women, you're selfish, right? Because all of these women, I'm not surrounded with women like that. Like my friendships, I couldn't even absorb that type of information from women that is just selfish. If I go to them with a problem about my marriage, I would want them to be pro marriage always. Like, how can I be more selfless, hold myself accountable? Like, that's what I surrounded myself with. And the women I'm around are all married, they're jewels, they've been refined, they've been pressed down. They're those type of women. And so they're all married. And most of the time they are married young, right?
Mhm.
And so if you're now pushing a certain age and you're also in your 30s and stuff and you're still attracting the same type of women, I hate to say this, but you have to then at least at some point look within even as a man and say, why am I not getting the jewel? Like, what am I doing wrong? It's not getting the jewel. So that's because like I said, like just what I've submitted to, regardless if we is riding off the road, I know at the end of the day that the husband that I do have, I always want to be better. And I will sit back and let God do what he needs to do in seasons where we're not at the best because I've submitted to a man that loves the Lord and he's a good leader. So I wouldn't submit to a man. I at this point I would never submit to a man that's like wavery in his leadership, like he's um like everything that he said, like you said, little black book, you said, I don't know what your name is. What is your name?
Kojo.
Kojo.
Mhm. Yeah.
I wouldn't like if he was so inconsistent so many times where all the things that he's tried to lead, like sometimes it was good and sometimes it was bad, it would be really hard to sit through like bad periods because I would know like this guy is so wavery and wishy-washy. But
Exactly.
because it's been so consistent in leadership, because he's always reading that Bible, he's submitted to God, so he's reading the word, he has authority, like he's submitting to something else bigger than himself. He's teaching me and bringing me the word. And so that's why it's so consistent. And it makes it just really easy at that point to just submit. So
Do you,
that's my
do
statement.
you
I just
think
want to say.
just to finish, and I'll read the super chats and then we go to Nino. Do you think most men are inconsistent or they are very predictable and actually easy to read? If you had to guess, Jada, and then Black Book.
I would say no. I would agree with you that most men are predictable. Yes.
What about you, Black Book? Do you think most men are kind of easy to predict? They are very. It's not like a. I woke up one day I was a priest, the next day I'm a monster, and became an
Oh yeah, no,
alcoholic
no,
all of a
they're
sudden.
easy, they're easy to predict. They're easy to
Yes.
predict.
So this
Yeah.
is this is my. You know that man is woman no man better than man no woman. I know for a fact if I get a wife tomorrow and we spend 10 years, she will know more about me than I know about her because I'm predictable and she's not. You see what I'm saying? Like she will know my tendencies. Like I think he's extremely arrogant. That men think just because they deem themselves the leader, that they know about their woman more than the woman know about them. Because for men, up is usually up, down is usually down, left is usually left. Left for a woman, yes sometimes means no. No sometimes means yes. I was like, it's from the basic things, from where are you going to eat to should I bring you something back? You have to guess a lot about your woman. I don't think a woman has to guess a lot about her man. She knows the man that she has. For the most part, even if he's a good man, a
Yeah.
bad man, or a middle man, she knows what he is. So
But
I would agree
that's
with
why.
Little Black.
Sorry.
I would agree with Little
No
Black
problem.
Book with not every man is designed to lead. So some people should get together and do it by committee because that's the only way they're going to survive. I just don't like when women keep claiming they want leaders. Pick some men to have kids and to have sex with and to go ahead and to have a family and use the I'm not happy to dissolve a situation that they pick for themselves and they think they actually wanted. I don't get that. And in my opinion, that actually jeopardized my leadership because if you broke a contract with your company, you would bear the consequences. If I abandon my responsibilities with my team, I will bear the consequences. The fact that a woman can literally just turn around and do a U-turn and says, hey, appreciate for the leadership, but I want to go somewhere else, and I can take it without usually no consequences, no nothing. I believe that you claiming yourself to be the leader is a waste of time. I actually rather you do that. Oh, you don't want to listen to me? You got it. You see, Little Black Book, when you let your woman fail? I love that. I love when we kind of let our woman fail and then we kind of grab them out of the cliff so they can feel it. It's like touching the stove. Your kid has to touch the stove for him to know that he shouldn't touch the stove. But the thing is, these women are habitual stove touchers. They keep touching the stove, Little Black Book. And I can't do this 3 times, right, Jade? I can't go to my. She's going to have moments. She's going to have kids. She's not going to feel good about her body. She's going to go postpartum depression and menopause. So I'm able to read whatever I need to read and adjust whatever I need to adjust. I just don't like it when it's clearly a bad decision based on something that you're feeling and you don't even know where that feeling is, and you know who is going to get the responsibility? The
You,
husband. Because they don't know where the feeling is coming, so they're trying to subtract everything in their life. So, oh, is it my mama? Let me stop talking with her for a month to see. Go, I feel bad. Is it my job? Like you are going to be the one that gets the brunt, and there's nothing I can do about it because I don't have no authority.
but that's
There's
how it should
nothing.
be. But that's how it should be because first and foremost, you have to understand. First of all, when it comes to responsibility, authority comes with responsibility, right?
Mhm.
And authority means you've been given a position, and in that position, you've been given power. Here's
Yes.
a difficulty that a lot of us as men face is that, for instance, when you said obviously the Bible says dwell with a woman according to knowledge, which means you're supposed to learn your woman,
Mhm.
right? So you're supposed to spend time with her to
Yes.
understand. She is predictable, actually. You just need to know your woman. I don't need to learn every other woman. I need to learn my woman, which means I need to spend time. I need to be somebody who's observing the person and their patterns. Everybody has patterns.
Yes.
And when and for instance, what the way I live my life now, I have a world that I live in,
Mhm.
right? So for instance, I don't like yes being no and no being yes. I like yes being yes and no being no. In fact, the Bible says
Yes.
that your yes be yes and let your no be no. When you come into my world, the way that I operate, you have to come into that space. Otherwise, we can't mesh. So when there are certain things that you live your life by, that if that person comes in and starts doing something different, you're already going to be incompatible.
Mhm.
So unless they're willing to change those parts of them, you should never be going forward in the first place. If I'm somebody who says, "Listen, hey, I understand," and this is where it's also powerful. I can understand that sometimes you may feel like you don't want to say how you feel naturally, right? But
Mhm.
what I don't like is me if you say yes and you really mean no. Like that can be, and I'll take my time and I'll explain why that can be a problem for me. You know what I'm saying
So
to you? Because that's what a good leader does. Also, he takes time to be able to upskill the person as well, if they're willing to listen. Now, if then a person not willing to listen, if they're willing to do their own thing, I don't need to be entertaining you. So remember, it's my world that I'm living in, right? First and foremost, I believe I'm a king. I'm looking for a queen, but I need that queen to come into the kingdom. But I need to make sure that I'm also not betraying myself. But I also have to recognize that I have to have patience to be able to teach and to be able to reprove and to rebuke and to do those things. But I need to do it with patience and love. If I do it outside of love, all it's going to be is going to be me weaponizing and me trying to hurt you and me trying to be mean. And that's how it always comes off mean, is because people don't actually take their time. That's what I said about the insecurity. A lot of us as leaders, as men, are actually going through a period of time with your partner in reproving and rebuking your particular leadership, because there are holes in your leadership. And so when your woman does something that you don't like, it's actually the opportunity for your leadership to improve. That's what I call a reframe. The opposite of saying that is, well, when she doesn't listen to me, she's just being a tyrant. When actually, really and truly, no, it's an opportunity for you to say, actually, what's happening here? I need to ask a few more questions, because, bro, before I go down the judgment route, I do need to inquire a little bit more and ask, because I believe I've made the right choice. If I've got a wife and I've chosen her, I believe I've chosen a wise woman. I believe I've chosen somebody who listens. I've chosen somebody who's sensible and reasonable. So if you're now not doing those things, which I've seen a pattern of behavior of you being those things, I need to ask more questions. I don't go down the judgment space. If I go down the judgment space, I'm going to lose you. And when I lose you, I lose me. So in that area, what I don't want to do is I don't want to make it a performance arena, which is what you said. You would respond to Ali respectfully, whether he was right or wrong. That's you creating an environment of non-performance. But when you came to your wife, you said it's got to be perfect. That's actually what you were saying. You were saying, actually, what you're really saying without saying it is, you should be perfect. There's going to be no rebellion, none of this, none of that. And it doesn't work like that, because humans are human beings.
Yes.
And at some point, they're going to falter in an area. And it's how I handle those moments and how because oftentimes we're responding based upon how we also feel. When she decided to go against you, you felt some type of way, and then you actually acted out of your own feelings. That's why you couldn't sit in a discomfort. I've done it before. I've done it many times. I have not sat in the discomfort of the fact that you're now challenging me, and I'm getting pissed off because you're challenging me when I know the answer's right. But I've got to be able to be okay with discomfort and say, you know what? You know what I mean?
But there's two things that I want to. This is the last things I want to do. Right. First of all, I'm extremely competent.
Of course.
Like there's a reason why I want you to be quiet sometimes, because I know I'm better than you. Respectfully, like I don't try to brag. I know I'm better than you. I'm stronger than you. I'm taller than you. I'm more emotionally strained. I am better than you. So a lot of times you might have good ideas. I will support your dreams. You are going to pick out the houses renovated and the furniture and where we go to. Like I consider in everything, little black book. This is not important. If you want the thumbnail pink, is pink it is. I don't care. You see what I'm saying? I believe that I don't want her to go through that phase, because I don't care about most of things. And the second thing, the two things that I'm going to say to you, and if you don't believe me, you don't. Little black book. I never met a woman where yes is yes and no is no. Up is up and down is. I never. My mom is not like that. My sister is not like that. My ex-girlfriends are not like that. Like women behave like that. I have no idea why they do it, but I never, ever, 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 ever met a woman that means what she says and says what she means when she's on her feelings. Never. I don't know where they are. Maybe it's a cultural thing because I live in Portugal, but I never met a woman that actually moved like that, including women that are married for decades. The last thing, and this to me is always, I think this is the what the modern woman is doing. You say, hey, I'm the king. I want you to be queen. They will be happy with that for a short period of time, and then they'll become Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei didn't give a fuck about nothing other than her kids. She was a true king. She like woman nowadays, you are on their movie. You are not the main star. You know how good it is to be, I don't know, Naruto, whatever main star it is, John Wick, and you can be the second person that comes along. You benefit tremendously. But women think they are on their own movie and you are just a character. So they will pick people to fill the script instead of actually being on a script. And if you don't allow them to be king, they don't want to be the queen. So in a perfect world, you are right. I don't think these women are willing to play that position because y'all come from religious backgrounds and y'all are expecting a woman to come along and to know exactly where to fit. Most of these women, they want the main spot. They want to be the main event. They want to. It's their story. This is the main character. And now there you think you are the king when this is my script and I wrote the movie. So at the end of the day, when we're going to get to the point of view when I say, "Hey, baby, what is so wrong to be the queen?" And I actually had this conversation with women before. What is wrong with being the queen? Isn't that lovely that you can be the queen? They don't. They will ration that, and they are okay with being the queen as long as you're doing what they want you to do. As soon as the king decides to go under the way, hey brother, come right here. I have a conversation with you. Guys, come talk with the HR. Jada, take us on, please. I'll read the super chat and then we'll go from there.
My most controversial statement I'm going to say is this is why I do believe that marriage and submission is for the religious. It's for the Christians. It's for the people that submit to God. That's why I believe it works best, and why when men can find that is in a religious woman is because she has done the work with the Lord. So that's my most controversial statement. I think that marriage, submission, all of it is for the religious, the people who do come from religious backgrounds and submit to the Lord, the good book.
And by the way, thank you very much, the appreciation. By the way, Shadow Dragon, Cersei fuck her brother. She doesn't respect nobody. Yeah, you don't watch Game of Thrones, right, Jada? That's probably why you're probably the point.
No,
Like
I
this,
love Game of Thrones. That's my favorite
yeah.
show.
So Sarah, like the level of respect, she doesn't like. She just didn't cross the line, but she literally have like her brother was her lover. So this is what we're talking about. I think it's the nature of woman to wrestle the power out of man, and it's the nature of man to put woman on the place so they can understand this is not how we're going to go with the laws, with society, with the abundance of opportunity. These women are going to do whatever they're going to do, because if Jada tomorrow decided to turn evil and to turn demon, she will have 7 men ready to cover if she was already on the market. So without consequences, who is actually in control? So that's all. I appreciate y'all, friends. It was great to have y'all. Thank you very much for staying when Ali left, motherfucker. And I'll see you around. Okay? I appreciate everybody on the show. Jada, Little Black Book, let me cheer for y'all. Find the links in the description. Let me read the super chats and let me get out of here.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
Okay, this is the Witch of the North. Aww. I'm engaged. Yeah, let's see if she gets married soon. Be cool, Joe. I did not consent to say anything today. Yeah, but you are not the boss. Alicia Cook with $5. Thank you very much, Alicia. HQ reacts in the building saying, "Welcome to the most misunderstood word by man ever." Thank you very much. I appreciate you. She says, "The arrogance, he gave up everything for you." Wow. Aww. Another one. We have HQ saying, "Absolute means domination. Man cannot have it according to the Bible. No woman can do that. It's against the Bible." Thank you very much. HQ comes back again and says, "Okay, so self-report is bullcrap. So that study that says that men are the best fathers is bullcrap. Got it. I think this will get better results." HQ, $5. Woman won't ever submit without safety. There will never be submission without it. Rich or not, money is a form of safety for some woman. Thank you very much. We have Matreon with $20.
Here you go, sir. $20. Get yourself some food to eat.
If by food you mean drugs, then hell yeah, bitch. I'm about to get fucked up.
It says, Dr. Bryant. It says, Dr. Bryant tells Cam he needs to settle down, yet she has a roster. Aww. Absolutely. She is a hypocrite. And she wants a baby so bad that she's going to be a baby mama. Just watch. Just watch. Matron, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Player one, they will never consume that marriage. Just watch. HQ, $2. 6 is dangerous for humans like me. Uh-oh. Zarex says, SD, you the same SD that be on YouTube chat with us? Absolutely not. This is the whole expert. Okay? We have HQ back saying, God invented the natural selection of animals. Lots of men belong to this chopping block. You should not breed. In other words, and you know it. You know it. Thank you very much. Shout out to my brother Donnell. This is in the building. Salute to you. HQ says $2. He wants a maid slave. Controlling her is wild. We have back HQ again, saying you're never going to sell control to a woman. Back again, saying if you wanna let air out of her chest, stop talking to a woman like they have no value unless she's tied to you. Zarex says submission and cooperation. Which is it? Shaking my head. Thank you very much, Zarex. HQ says, what I brought to the table, my husband found my wit, level 8 unching, stoic demeanor, in the face fuckery, and hit the ground running. Abilities valuable.
Trying to get open, fires away.
HQ with the last one saying, on our first date, Abby said, don't play with me like that. And I said, can I play with other people like that? He said, yes. I knew we were a match. Aww. So romantic. Trevor says, you got any kids, Ty? Sorry, Trevor, but she already left. We have OG, J Speed saying it's a full circle. Find out what pizza pie you want. Thank you very much, OG. I hope you're doing good. And finally, my brother Donnell Hawkins for the Untouchable Empire, baby.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Friends, we were $20 away from all the goals. So if you're watching this show offline and you have $25, you know where to send them.
Hey, baby. If you're feeling a fatty, hit that like, smash subscribe, and bless the Cash App at $Team Fatty 8.
So if you are a replay gang and you are a part of it, you know already what to do. If you want to support Ali the Deserter, you can know where to send the money
like
to.
The video, hit subscribe, and show love to Ali at $Ilkan.
Friends of friends, we're going to Nino Nation. I see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a debate. On Sunday, we have Ladies First, okay? So, Team Fatty and the Untouchables, signing out. Peace.
Psych!
Who's cutting that shit? Who's cutting that shit? Who's cutting that shit? Who's cutting that shit? Who? Yeah. OVO Sound 2025.